Well, it's 9 o'clock, I'll call the meeting to order. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I don't know if everybody's had a chance to go over the minutes of September 6th.
I move motion to approve.
Okay, got a motion on the floor, I need a second. A second. Any more discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion passed. Claims list.
Oh, the rink sitting
Everybody have a
over
chance to go over that?
there. Oh,
Okay, got a motion on the floor, I need a second. Got a second. Any more discussion?
The only question I got is all these guardrails for the jail, they're just shots or? Justin, do you know?
What's that?
All these fines for the jail for employee care,
Shots. HEP and, yeah.
that's for the jailers?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
You wanna do it now or?
TB test and that, yeah.
Okay. On the bills, we did have two bills that we have denied. One was for, they both have to do with Jensen Rock and Sand. One was for, the project we deducted out, I believe, is it $3,200 penny for the cost penalty for failure to complete on time. So when we paid that bill, the county deducted out the $3,200. They of course sent us a bill for the, or basically sent us a bill for the additional $3,200, and so we basically just stated that we were withholding that $3,200 as the cost penalty for failure to comply. So if you hear about that or anything, you kinda know what's going on. Also, we got a bill from, forwarded from Jensen Rock and Sand with regard to Goldsmith and Heck, who measured the pile in order to determine how much was done, and they sent us that bill. Basically, they had to hire the engineer to measure the pile to determine how much was done, because one of their machines that would calculate how much goes through their scales when they crush wasn't able, so they sent us that bill, and we also rejected that bill. So if you have any questions or input on that, you'll already know what's going on. It's basically if their scale would have been working, they could have just waited the whole time when they were crushing, but they didn't, so then an engineer had to be hired to measure the pile to determine the amount, so, which really isn't our bill either, so.
Okay.
All right, anything else about the claim? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. All right, we just will introduce everybody, I'm not sure, Leo, start with you.
I'm Leo Rookie, the County Veterans Officer.
I'm Karen Briggs from Dakota Radio Group.
Melissa Miller with Tales of Dakota.
George?
Me?
Just say your name.
Introduce yourself, they want you to introduce yourself.
Oh, George Turner from McGladam.
Lyle.
New Everett area.
Lyle Perman Lowry.
Marty Hook, road foreman.
Penny Gadswell, County Highway Superintendent.
Merlin Thorstensen, I was invited to come.
Pat Starks, Walworth County, from Akaska.
Doug Delroy, Conservation, Human Fish.
Chris John, Siegel Barnett and Schutz, Aberdeen, attorney for Debbie Call.
Does anybody have anything they wanna talk about right at this moment, or? Okay. Then we're gonna go to number 5. 6, I mean. Jerry,
Yes.
you guys are up.
Howdy.
Yep, I'll grab a chair for you if you wanna come sit over there. I'll grab your chair.
Line on the floor?
Just 1 second.
Okay.
You readjust here.
Yes, you are.
Okay. I'm here to request, that Danny Beeman take his fence down. It's going down the middle of, I don't know if you can all see,
Just
want to
pass it
see the
around.
pictures. He's mad at me and he put a fence down the middle of the section line because I had it surveyed. And he didn't like where the line went. I also have a fence that I put up down the middle of the section line for about maybe a quarter of a mile, not quite. It's an unimproved section line, there's nothing there. I've got some aerial photos here that was taken with a drone. You can kind of see I made the black mark where my fence probably went. Yes,
This is on the west end of the other one, Beeman's built,
yes,
basically. Okay.
yeah, I think that's the one that Beeman built right there. down.
This,
Oh, okay, that's that one, okay, yeah, that would be on the west end. I have a gate access to go west, as far as they wanted to go. They wouldn't get very far because there's a big old swamp down there. You can probably see it on that picture that's going around, this one here. You can see the dark green and, that's cattails and swamp. If I have to move my fence over 33 feet, that little bit that's down to the west, this is where it's gonna go through. This is a gentleman about 6 foot tall. He's got his hand up like this with his cap. You can just see his cap. It's impossible to put a fence there. You'd never hold it. It would be, you'd have to fix it every spring. I had to have it surveyed by Helms, and they put the quarter line and that was in between. I have the southwest quarter of 19, and Danny has the southeast quarter, and that's where the problem runs into between there. I'm requesting he has to take his fence down. I cannot get down to the corrals. I have to go around. This is what we end up driving through. You can't get through there with a horse trailer, you can't get through there with nothing. That's what you end up going through if I have to go all the way around to get to my corral. To get to the far west pasture, we're about 60 acres or so over there, I would have to go a mile north of my place, to west down the section lines, and then back a half a mile, 3/4 of a mile to get to the pasture. Where this way, I think I can fix a crossing right here like I did 20 years ago where I went around the buildings and I put a culvert in and oversized rock and all that so I could cross there, but that's driving on his land. And the reason I did this, I can fix a crossing on probably my half of that section line, and then I can use it. I don't even have to bother him. And that's why I did what I did. He's mad because he had his little flags out there where he thought between my farm ground and his, and it was not right, so I had it surveyed, and he was wrong. I have the survey right here. I had Helms do it out of Aberdeen, so it was a legitimate. And that's what started all of this. I know you have seen it,
I've been there several times.
Yes. There's one picture here, And maybe it's around over there already where you can see his beans alongside of my fence. He wasn't bashful about farming his half.
Well, I guess I look at it that that's a established section line, so
It is going down.
that's
It's
just part of it
established.
there.
When you get to the corrals from there on, it's an unimproved, nobody has ever driven it because you're only gonna go about 200 feet and you're gonna be stuck. Unless,
And this might actually help, this is the atlas that I've got, you can see they've got a partial improved line, probably half, maybe a little less than halfway through that quarter, and then it stops. And what that tells you is, from this corner to here is drivable, from here through the rest of the quarter is not. That's what that says.
and you can kind of see on this picture where he's got his fence down the middle, the actual section line road that we drive on is not true straight to the section line. It curves off a little bit to the north, and that is because there's a slough that comes way over, comes out to it. You can kind of see it in this picture. That's why the fence kind of veers out and then comes back, and that was there when Grandpa bought the place. I know it does follow kind of the 33 feet, but it does come over and then goes back again. And that's because if I have to move all of the fence down that section line, I'll probably end up going up and around one of these right here, probably going up and around, and I'll lose some of the grass because you can't hold the fence there. You'll never hold a fence. It's,
Why was that fence ever put up initially is my question, being it's an established section line, there shouldn't be any fences on there in the first place.
my fence or
Down the middle of the section.
down the middle of the section line. Well, it made him mad. This picture where it goes right down the middle of the road, when I put in my fence on half of the section line, on my half of the unimproved going west, then he got mad and put this one, he just continued on with my fence out to the end of the driveway, out to the main road. And he just said, I'm continuing the fence that Jerry started. That's where was his words.
I guess in my eyes, it's obvious that fence shouldn't be there, that one.
Yes, this one should not be there, this.
Yes,
Do I get a chance to answer some of the claims of defamation of character and anger towards Danny Beeman's fence that he put up?
you have a minute to talk.
Okay. Would you like maybe an hour when Mr. Ocker finishes?
I just will do it right now, no, not for Jamie.
Okay. The fact he states that Danny Beeman, who's actually Dan Beeman, was mad at him, where does that claim come from? Dan Beeman acquired a all rights lease on the property to farm it and do CC fits on that quarter of property last fall. The field had been farmed straight through from Mr. Ocker's property to Nancy Hunt's property. Went and acquired a copy of the FSA map, and before we turned any dirt, farmed anything, went to the line that was on the FSA map, existing property line on the north side, the FSA line, put little pink flags in the ground, know where the property line was. If anybody had a problem with it, they could have said, hey, I don't think it's where the property line was. Never got a phone call, no questions, no nothing. Mr. Ocker had the property surveyed. They came in, they put the pink survey stakes on the west side and the south side of the property. Never argued, never said anything. Have not farmed over the section line or over the survey line on the west end or the south end. If he has aerial photos of it, you can see that I've backed off on both sides. Didn't farm across anything. Not mad, not angry. The fence on the south side of our property, north side of Mr. Oxford's property, when he had it surveyed on the west half, which would be about a quarter mile, was on or near the 33-foot line. The fence was taken out and moved over to the property line. When he did that, he knocked over the trees that were on the property line, pushed them over on the north side of the property, and to access the pasture on the west side, instead of continuing down section line or on either side of the 33-foot line, they built a road out and around the property, probably 150, 200 yards to access the property line. When that happened, to stop the destruction of property and the trespassing, the line of the fence was finished. When it was surveyed to begin with, we were curious if we had to have a fence. Contacted the highway superintendent, asked if it's a closed section line, improved, unimproved, and Penny, correct me if I'm wrong, said it's abandoned for maintenance with no intention of maintaining it anymore, not a closed section line. Talked to Mr. Hare, said that it's between the two landowners, whatever they want to do with the fence, as long as both sides are happy, fine. Mr. Oxford picked up his fence, moved it over to the property line. I assume that's what he wanted to do. So the fence was continued on the property line. And it's not exactly on the property line, it's off 2 feet, 5 feet to 10 feet, because I didn't feel the need to destroy the trees that were on the property line to continue exactly straight down the property line. The fact that they can't access the corral, I believe, is also false, because after that fence has been there has been a tractor, a trailer, a water tank, pickups, all driven somehow down to the corral. The track that's there, in my opinion, goes meandering towards the section line and goes to the building spot that is back in there. If they say there's no need to continue to get to the other half of that section line, why was there a road built around to get to the back half of that back pasture?
I guess my question would be, a section line that is improved, why would you build a road or a fence down the middle of it?
The fence on the other half of that section line was moved from the right of way to the property line. I assume that was the intent of the tractor, that he had it surveyed, he wanted to know where the property line was. They built the road there, and until there was trespassing issues and destruction of property issues, I did not build a fence. After the trespassing and destruction of property was done, then I continued the fence that Mr. Oxford had built. I did not deny him access to his gate at the corner of the pasture. There you can drive down either side of the fence line. Mr. Hare went down there, took a Jeep, went down the section line. You've seen it. If any of the other commissioners have seen it, let me know your thoughts, opinions. It's not a closed section line. It has a track, so you can say it was improved at one time, but it is not open for maintenance, not county maintained.
Well, to me, I guess it's obvious that section line was, a house was down there, person lived there, and I guess if that was established years ago, in my eyes, that's probably where it should stay, is right where it's at.
Okay, so are we under the opinion that as long as there is no road, not a section line, you can move fences from the right of way to the section line?
Well, to me, I look at it as an improved section line and one that will never be. I guess that's how I look at it. I look at it both ways.
Okay, why is it a will never be section line? Because if somebody puts a fence down the section line, moves one from the right of way, moves it to the property line, and then says they can't drive down it, so they build a road off of the section line? Does that mean that any section line in the county, we can put a fence down the middle of the section line and build a road 100 yards off to the side and drive down it?
Oh, I don't think I said that in my,
Okay.
I said. But I'm just saying that to me, there's a difference between an improved section line and a not.
According to fence law, I don't think there is.
Well, how many years ago probably, Jerry, would you say that section line where that road was at, who would have done, I mean, that was what, 100 years ago?
Probably because Grandpa bought that place in about 55, and I was born in 44, and that road was there forever. Same road, I lived there, when I came back in the early 70s, I lived there for about 2 years. And the maintenance, the blade went down, maintained it, opened it up because my oldest son was going to school, the bus came in there. And lived there for a couple of years, and then it was abandoned for a while. And then my youngest son lived there for 3-4 years. And we used it, there's just no other way. They say that you can get to the corral. This picture right here is what we have to go through, and I think you've probably seen it already, I don't know. This is what you have to drive through to get to the corral. Now, anybody that knows anything about pulling a horse trailer and taking cattle out of there, you're not gonna go through here. And this is what it is. If I can't use that road, it's worthless. And it's a bermed road. It's not just a flat section line. I don't know if you can see it on the picture, but the road is built up.
And that's what I was just gonna mention too. I mean, most section lines that you see are not,
They're just
to me,
flat.
called ditches in them, but that one does. So I
This
mean,
one
I
has
don't-
ditches,
I
yes.
don't think that's what I would call an ordinary section line, I guess.
And as far as that tree destroyed, you can see where my fence went, one of them where I drew that black line. That's the middle of the section line. That's not destroying property. I destroyed your property, not Beeman's. That fence is in the middle of the section line. The one that goes west of the corral on an unimproved, never been driven section line. Cause you only get 200 feet from the corral and you'll fall in a marsh and you'll be stuck. The guy that built this fence went across it with a bobcat and tracks. That's how he got through. Now, he said that he stayed away from the fence his normal amount when he planted his beans. That's not true. I have a picture somewhere here, but right here. That's not 33 feet from that center of that fence.
I didn't say that I stayed away 33
Oh.
feet from the center of the
Oh.
fence.
If there's a fire back in there, how is the fire truck supposed to get there if there's a fence down the middle of the section line?
A fire truck could drive right down the section line today.
With the fence there?
So with the way it is today, the fire truck could drive right down the section line.
No, there's a corner post right by the gate. You can't get through there.
Mr. Hare, I know that you have seen the fence. I have not done anything to it since the day you looked at it.
Basically, when I went down and looked at it, after I talked to both sides, both fences run right down the middle of the section line, which is where both of them should not be. Now you guys have to decide on what you wanna do, cause basically, my understanding is when it was surveyed, surveyor put it right down the middle of the section line where he surveyed. And then Mr. Oxner had his people put his fence down the middle of the section line, and Mr. Beeman followed right off that and put his down the middle of the section line. That's kinda where we're at.
But I guess I'm gonna go right back to that about an improved section line, and I would have to say that that's where that east end is an improved section.
That's your decision to make. That's right,
What's the rest of the commissioners feel here?
I would say where it's improved, they have both moved their fences 33 feet off the section line to open up that improved road.
Dwayne?
I agree that both fences should be moved off the section line.
Do I,
Neither one had a permit to put it on, I don't think.
No, I didn't. I just took my half and gave Danny his half.
But it's public property and your fence should not be there.
Will the commission, county help me build a crossing? Put in culvert and some oversized rock and so on, because otherwise I have to go around and drive on his side where I had the culvert and oversized rock from before.
I think that's a question where the improved section line would come in to play. I don't know what.
Do I have to move, the existing fence that starts from the end of the,
Well, I would say that any fence on any section line should be moved off the section line. And you certainly can't leave yours and take his off. Where would be the
it's
reasoning for that?
unimproved, and the old fence that's there is what I'm talking about. I have to move that one too.
If it's on the section line, I
Well,
would say.
some of it is, some of it isn't. And the reason it's on the section line is it went out to get around the slough. If I have to move that fence, I'm gonna have to go way up and around, up on top of the hills, and I'll be losing, I don't know how much.
Is there another solution?
I don't know.
Like perhaps neighbors getting along?
That's, what I always thought too, but
Would that possibly be worked out?
I mean, I have, no problem getting along. When they did their little survey there, they were wrong, where they went off the FSA maps or whatever, but that was wrong.
I can see your
Because-
purpose for putting the fence where you did. I don't see your purpose for putting a fence where it was, but you have a right to do that. You don't have a right to do it, but you're extending a fence that's there. You have a right.
Yes.
If you have a right, he has a right. But isn't there a solution? Good grief. Am I getting out of hand here? But you're grown men. You're neighbors.
I was satisfied with what I did. I thought by putting my fence in the middle of the section line on the unimproved part, I was giving him his half, I had my half, I could fix my crossing by myself on my half of the section line, and I wouldn't have to drive around on his.
Except it isn't your half of the section.
No, but I mean, that's what I was getting. And I have gates there, because I need a gate to get to this back quarter. You can see on this,
I understand
right,
what you're
on
saying.
this map right here. I need to get to this part of the pasture right here. And it would be, in order for me to really get there, I would have to go a mile north and 2 and back, and this way I just go.
Sounds unreasonable to me, and maybe you could get together and find a
I
solution.
mean, I'm fine with, if he takes his fence down, we leave things as it is. I don't have to drive across his, I can go into my corrals, I can fix my own crossing,
Are you grazing that half of this section line?
yes.
That doesn't seem to be right either.
He's farming his half.
That doesn't make it right.
Oh.
You both should cease. Put the fences where they belong. If you can't get along, and take them off the section lines, put them where they belong, and then you don't have to talk about it.
My question is, who pays the taxes on that section line? Because Jerry should be paying half of the taxes on his half of the section line. You can say it ain't his section line, but he's paying taxes on it. And the other guy is paying his half of the taxes on that section line. That you can say ain't his, but he's gonna pay taxes on it. So, when you do that fencing, normally you do exactly like Jerry. You go down the middle of it, that way he's got his half, you got your half.
But you're not supposed to do that.
You're,
That's technically your penalty, or whatever you wanna call it, for living in the United States. That section line, until it's been vacated, belongs to the government. When in this particular case, we don't have townships, belongs to the county. You're paying tax on that land that is not yours, exactly. But that's the way the system is created. fortunately or unfortunately, every taxpayer who has a section line is paying tax on 160 acres. And you would agree that technically, if you take out the section lines, you don't own 160 acres, you own less than 160, but you're still paying tax on that full 160 acres with the section lines running right down the middle. That's the way it's always been.
But when you're on an unimproved section line,
You're still paying tax, it still belongs to the county till it's been vacated, that's correct. And what we have the problem here is, Mr. Martin kinda summed it up, two people who are conflicting
Jerry,
and
I would suspect that if Dan would push the issue, you'd have to take that fence off the section.
Okay?
It shouldn't be there. And neither should his, but that's kind of childish, I think. You're sitting out there in a rural area where nobody uses it, why don't you get along?
I was fine leaving the fences where they were until the west half was picked up from the right of way, moved over to the property line. The new road was built around on our property to access the west half. And the east half of the existing fence isn't on the right of way line, it's not even on the property line, it actually crosses over the property line and goes back. I was fine leaving it there until everything decided half of it has to be moved, then the whole fence should be moved.
You're talking about the one that goes into the, right by the building site.
Correct.
Yeah. And I explained that, that's moved over so you go around that slough. And it's the same reason that when you look on some of these pictures, the section line itself curves to the north. Because they built the road, right here is one, they built the road, or the section line, to go to the north to get around that slough, because they knew there'd be problems there. And now that's why the fence follows that same pattern. If I have to move it and put it right in that slough, the fence will be gone. Every time you get a big rain, you're gonna be fixing 200 yards of fence rather than 50, 60 feet that's back by the trees. And that's why the road goes that way, that's why the fence goes that way. But the fence does not go over on to Beeman's property, it stays on the section line property.
Correct. It stays within the right of way.
It stays within the right of way, it's not on his side, but that's why it was built like that, to go around the section line.
What, just throwing out an example, what if the unimproved part was vacated, but the improved part, both fences was moved off the 33 feet of the right of way for the improved part, and the unimproved part was vacated?
I would not recommend vacating anything, because as soon as you vacate one portion of section lines, you're gonna have a flood of people in here wanting to
We're gonna
vacate
do it.
everything. You're opening a huge can of worms you do not want to open.
Dave?
Well, explain the grass problem. In my mind, we got two issues here, improved section line and unimproved section line. It's my understanding you cannot deny access down an improved section line or an improved road. And I know I've had several people call me, tell me they do use that road for pheasant hunting. Whether they have permission or it's legal, that's not my decision. But I've had, I suppose, 4 or 5 different people contact me and tell me that. The difference is the improved section line and the unimproved. And now in our business, Jerry's and mine, we wanna manage the grass, which is a big issue, which is one of our biggest jobs. Grown grass and crested wheat flourish in idle grassland. If you graze it, you can control it. But in my mind, Jerry is not denying access down his section line. He's got a gate there, you can't get to it now because of the fence on the improved part of the section line. And if you're gonna make Jerry move his fence off the unimproved section line, which he is not denying access, we'll have a whole flood of people in here next month. Because it has been customary across the state, across everywhere, to fence the center of the section line between properties.
And unimproved.
On unimproved section line, yes.
How can you state that a fence that runs straight down a section line denies access to the section line at one area and does not deny access to the section line at the other area?
You put down whatever side of the fence you want.
Correct,
You still have access down that section line.
but does not deny access. It's a section line, it is a straight line.
On an unimproved section line, he is not denying access.
I am not denying access down the section line on the other half either.
On the
That's
improved?
Straight, yes.
You can't get down that side. I would have to drive on the north side of your fence. You would have to move the corner post that was originally there, the old one. You can't get where your steel post is in the middle and that corner post that goes on the north fence. There's maybe enough room to get a four-wheeler through there.
Drive on the other side of the post.
I can't get on the other side of the post. You go down, you're gonna hit these trees. You can't, it's impossible.
You drove down it,
I haven't driven down there.
talking to Mr. Hager.
We drove down
After-
on, I drove
After you
down,
put your fence up, I have not used it.
I'm talking to Mr. Hager.
on your side, we drove down, that's right.
Correct.
Yeah. You have a gate down there where I can access to the, my corrals? No. You tie it into my corner post. There's no gate there where I can go, take a left-hand turn in my corrals.
I did in kind, there's no gate on the fence that goes from there going west either.
So I think the issue is whether it's improved or unimproved.
That's the issue, that's all we should be concerned about.
South Dakota fence law doesn't make a distinction between unimproved or improved section lines. It's my opinion, either you can fence a section line, or you fence the right of ways of the section line, one or the other.
But you cannot deny access down an established road.
I'm
And
not-
you have, because I can't drive down there with my pickup without driving on top of your fence. This is nothing personal, this is
The-
business.
When I knew it was an issue, the fence next to, the fence that's going north is cut out, it's not there anymore. You can drive straight down the fence line. The day that we went down there and looked at the fence, you can drive, it's, what, 10 feet? So there's a little creek, so you can drive straight down the fence line.
On your half, yeah,
Yes, within the 33 feet, within 33 or 30 feet of the fence.
On his half.
on here, well, basically, on the county's north half.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm still looking at it, it's an improved section line, and I don't believe that that fence should be there, the one that you guys put up. That's how I look at this.
I don't think it matters whether it's got a road on it or not. It's a section line, it's county property, and there should be no structure, fence, rock piles, anything put on that section line.
Oh. You start talking about rock
I
piles.
know, I know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
But
wow.
listen,
We're talking about this one
tell
right
me
here.
this, tell me this,
Yes.
I hunt a little bit, and I
Yes.
get on section lines, and, not too many years back, I came across a section line that we had snow, and run into huge ruts that were made by a combine on the section line. Is that a problem? But does it make a difference whether it's improved or unimproved, whether it's got a road? What is an improved section line?
It really varies. There's case law that kind of goes over that. I don't know what,
There's no doubt that first part is approved, and there's no doubt that second part is unapproved. I mean, I think when you read that case that I gave you.
you're probably right, that
I don't.
one has been used for a while, the other one hasn't. County hasn't really done anything over time.
There's no.
That should make no difference whether the county's maintained it or not.
But But to me, common sense goes a long ways.
And that's kind of the way, that's the way I look at this thing. I mean, I know you can, I know what the rule is on the statute on fences and section lines and all that kind of stuff. But what does it hurt to not have a fence for that first part and leave the fence from the west, continuing west? Does it, I mean, does that mean that Dan can't farm, does it take acres away from him? I don't think that it does.
Not on the east half, it will on the west half of that quarter. Where he's farming down into the section line, west of them trees that you're.
Yeah, if I move my fence over, to the property line, and he farms on his property line, that little field that's down there, we're gonna have wormwood and Canadian thistle and everything else in there and who's gonna go in there to spray that? If I can graze my half, I could spray it, I might be able to keep it down, get the grass going. If he wants to farm up against the fence, spray up against the fence, we control weeds.
This isn't a common sense issue, it's a legal issue at this point in time. That it's either you can fence a section line or you can't fence a section line.
Well, it depends on how well you wanna get along. I mean, it can be common sense, but it can be the other also, just, I guess someone's gonna force it. That will dictate which route you go.
I can't believe that we're here spending all this time on this issue. This is, good grief.
I mean, nobody came to me when they put their red flags up there and they were on my side and I knew they were wrong on that field that's way back, way to the west. And the only way I could prove that was to have it surveyed, and that's what I did. And put the flags back over where they were, and that's where it was. And the fence that's bad, that continued on in this little pasture down here, we were off, I don't know, 5-6 feet, so I put a new fence up there on the property line.
I guess my opinion is, if you can't get along, take both fences down on the section line, don't go back to the property line, otherwise get along and make it common sense instead of legal.
Yeah, cause we could sit here
We ain't got
till
time
hell
to-
freezes over.
If you're asking our opinion, we gotta go by the law, so take the fences down, other than that, get along. That's my opinion.
But true, but I think that's gonna open up a huge can of worms everywhere too.
But what are we supposed to do, not go by the law, or?
Well, I think you're missing the point again
No,
on an
but I know,
improved
but-
section line and an unimproved section
But
line.
there's no, John, correct me if I'm wrong, is there any case law to say there's, what there is for putting fences on improved versus unimproved?
You know, I'm not
Well,
Amy,
it's just,
do you know of any, or?
It's, the problem that you're gonna run into, and I think John will agree, is we're dealing with gray area here. Where's the line at for improved and unimproved? And I'm not saying whether either of these are improved or unimproved, I'm not gonna go there, because where you're gonna draw that line is basically the issue.
let's
If
just,
that's where you wanna go on that.
What do you want, Dan, or Brian?
I would say either the fence stays on the section line or both fences be moved back 33 feet to the right of way line. One or the other, not both.
But you don't have a fence to put on your 33 feet. See, that's what you don't understand either. I put up a new fence, he's gonna be using it.
No, I can't use your fence. If I need to keep cattle in my half of the property, I have to put up my own fence on the 33-foot line. If I wanna graze my grass, I put up my own fence on my 33-foot line.
now let's just step back a little bit and let's look at this What if somebody was still even living down there right now? Let's just say that somebody's living down there right now, and you guys built that fence right there. I'm pretty sure it'd be almost war. I guess if I was the one living down there, somebody built a fence right down that road section line that I'm traveling.
If somebody lived on property that I own and I put up a fence on it, I don't think I'd have a problem with the person that lived there.
I guess that'd be crazy if a guy would treat somebody like that, I guess.
I don't see your point.
Oh, I do. It was an established section line.
That goes to a building spot on property that I own.
The building site is on your side.
And that's where the road goes.
Yeah, it curves off to your side, yes. And
Yes.
to get away from the creek.
But it's still been a road that's been open to the public.
Yeah, it is.
I'm pretty sure you can dig back in a little bit, and something that's been established, a property line, basically, it's been established for lots of years. Correct me, Ron Wald, if I'm wrong. But I think that's where it's gonna stay then. Am I right?
Well, you've got prescriptive easements and adverse possession ordinance. I think that's what you're talking about.
And also, John, if you move that fence from where it is, that property line no longer exists, correct?
I suggest that our purpose here is to either, enforce the regulation that we know we have, and that would be no fences at all. And then and whatever happens after that could be a legal issue that you might want to pursue individually, but what else can we do? How can we deny a fence for this man, and he's attached it to a fence that already exists, it goes right down the middle of the section, how can you do that?
Because you're going down the middle of an established road, a graded up gravel road.
That's the legal question that you're gonna have to answer. It's just pointless. Just can't, I don't understand it. So how do you satisfy anyone unless you go to court and determine whether that's established or not, or improved or not? Because you say it is, or I say it isn't, doesn't make it.
Yeah, but I mean, you can see it in the pictures that it's an improved section line. I mean, people live there.
Yeah, I live.
And the public has that access for,
Public has got access, they can go that way as far as they want to, because I have a gate, but they're not gonna get far, but they're neither here nor there.
in my mind, it comes down to establish trails or unestablished on the section line. Unimproved section line and improved. I would make a motion, we request they take their fence off the established section line, or we will do it for them and attach the bill to the taxes in 2017.
Okay, I got a motion on the floor, I'll need a second.
Just for the improved part?
For the improved part.
Not yet.
There's a big difference in my mind, improved and unimproved. If we're gonna start talking about unimproved, where are you gonna stop? You're gonna stop with the fence being built east of Casca up the section line?
I was just trying to clarify.
We all have them, and that's been the customary since they started building fences in this state.
Okay, got a motion on the floor, I need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, got a second. Any other discussion? Yes,
No,
Brian?
The only thing I need to bring up is, why are we getting into litigation that we don't need to get into? This is a landowner issue, and you're trying to make an issue where wherever we decide, we're gonna wind up getting sued. That is ridiculous. Why do we wanna get into a lawsuit where we're the defendant, and then the court's gonna have to make the decision, when it's,
This issue should be handled by somebody else. We know what we have to do.
Yes, Brian, you had something to say?
The law is already there. Either you can tell us that we can fence the section line, or you tell us that we can't fence the section line and the fence goes back 33 feet.
I don't think.
If it's coming down to, well, if the commission wants to make the decision that, yep, this quarter mile of section line, we can fence, this quarter mile of section line, we can't, this quarter mile of section line, we can fence, this quarter mile of section line, we can't, that's fine, just wanna make clear that that's the decision that we're gonna make.
I don't think you have any discretion to tell anybody they can fence any section line. This is a black or white decision, either it's none or it's, or you stay out of it.
Well put.
But since it's been brought to your attention, unfortunately, because these two people couldn't get along, I think you have to give some sort of a mandate, so.
No,
John?
it's not right to say you can't fence the section line, because you can if you.
Under certain
if you
legal
do it.
circumstances, yes, yeah, if you do it legally, yeah.
Does adverse possession come into play when you have access down when the public has an access down a road, whether it's on a section line or not, for many years, does that?
Well, adverse possession would apply to a private landowner,
Not the government.
not the county. Or prescriptive.
So
easement,
this
that's
would
the same
apply
thing.
even if that road did get off the section line just a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, I got a motion on the floor, Andy second. I'm gonna go roll call. Jim,
Yes.
Dave,
No.
Kevin,
Yes.
Dwayne.
No.
Okay, it's up to me. I'm going to say yes. So,
Just the one thing now is, we just created our own lawsuit, so we're gonna get sued over this, I'm sure. So,
So what's the, I guess, the final decision would have been what?
The motion was, um,
that,
Jerry leave his fence, he take
I'll
his.
motion to request they take their fence off improved part of section line, or the county will, and attach cost to their tax bill.
Improved.
Improved.
unimproved.
All
All right,
That's it?
Thank you.
Okay.
Deb. Yep.
Good morning, thank you for your time today. Again, I'm Chris Jung from Siegel Barnett and Sheets in Aberdeen, and I represent Ms. Call in her capacity as the Walworth County Assessor. We have obviously been before this commission before, over a couple of things. We're here today because Ms. Call made a complaint against a couple of commissioners several months back regarding alleged open meeting violations. Those were investigated, and Mr. Hare, may I go on with this, or do you want to just weigh in here? Mr. Hare, under the relevant statute, which is, I think, SDCL 1-25-6.1 section 4, elected to have another state's attorney investigate the complaint against Commissioner Martin further. And that was sent out to Falk County State's Attorney Tim Borman. He sent a response letter back dated May 18th, 2016, in which he basically made two findings. One, that it did not rise to the level of a violation of the open meeting statute by Commissioner Martin. But secondly, that it did, I don't want to put words into his mouth, so let me just read. He was of the opinion that in order for the county to protect its own interests, the county should consider some form of sanction or discipline for Commissioner Martin to reinforce the fact that rules, guidelines, and procedures are in place for a reason. That reason being to properly and efficiently conduct county business while attempting to keep personal bias to a minimum. And he makes a series of other findings in that letter that I'm not gonna rehash here. I believe all of the commissioners have seen it. If you haven't, I'll be happy to work with our state's attorney to give you a copy, but it was addressed to the county, which of course would be the 5 of you. So, that was his opinion, and so, no action has been taken since the date of that letter, May 18th. And so I am here with Ms. Call today to make a request to you to act on that recommendation, and wanted to make that appearance for that purpose today. Debbie, did you want to make a couple of remarks, if she may, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I just feel strongly about this because I really feel that since we had the hearing where you were going to try to terminate me, and it didn't happen. I've continued to do my job, but I also feel like Commissioner Martin has continued to poke and dig at me. And it's hard, it's a lot of stress, it's a lot of pressure to work that way. And this has been 4 months since this letter came out, and nothing has ever been mentioned about it.
I guess I've not, what's been going on that, I guess, that I'm not aware of since then, I guess.
I mean,
I don't know, really know what you're talking about yet after that, I guess.
I could go back, and I will if you want me to. I can go back to commission meetings and point out specific examples of where I felt that the harassment and the just trying to poke holes in everything I do continued. I could get you specific examples off the tapes if that's what you want.
Are you talking about when we say that we don't think that the things are equalized in this property versus this property, or?
There's many. I mean, if you want specific examples, I can do it. I don't have it in front of me today.
No, but, I mean, that's your job, and when we go through equalization, that's what everybody's asking you. Is this property equal to this one? We ask you, and you say yes, but we say something different.
No, that's not what I'm not specifically talking about that, no. I know what equalization is, and I know that we don't always agree on it. I'm not necessarily talking
And
about
if we
that.
question it, is that what,
No,
or if Dwayne says, well, I don't think that they're equal, or
no,
the
that's not,
taxes ain't fair on this one, or?
no, that's not what I'm talking about.
Well, I guess what I'm not understanding, Deb, apparently, because you knew that you were gonna be on the agenda, so then why wouldn't you have what Kevin's asking for, why wouldn't you have that?
I didn't
you
know
can-
what you were going to ask for.
May I address it? What can we do, or what did the commission do, I'm kinda out of it, to put this to rest, just get it over with? You want me to be sanctioned, you want me to resign, you want me to apologize? What do you want me to do? What would make it easy? I'll do whatever you want, I don't care.
Can you give me back what you've taken away from me?
If I knew what that was, I would. You need to understand too, you know, that this is not personal, I said that many times. We've had a fairly good relationship for almost 4 years, or 3.5. And I've never tried to make this personal, I've had differences with other people as well. But we're stewards of the county, and when people complain about things, it behooves us to look into it. But if, whatever you want to do to make this thing go away, I'll do it. I don't care what it is.
I disagree with that. I mean, we got a job to do, and just because somebody has a complaint doesn't mean that we're gonna just throw our hands up to get rid of the place.
Well, we need to move forward,
I know.
and if I'm a thorn in your side, I don't mean to be, I don't think I've spoken to you other than once in a while in the meeting when we asked for certain things. I don't think I've been abusive. I certainly didn't want to be, and again, this is not a personal thing. So, what do you want me to do? If I've offended you, I'm sorry. If you want me to resign, you got it today if you want it. I don't care.
Mr. Chairman, may we have a brief recess and come back in at a later time in the meeting? We don't want to hold things up.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
I know this isn't on the agenda, but it was kind of just forgot about. Could we speak to Leo real quick and have a minute of his time?
Okay.
You guys have information in your piles.
Something to take home and read at your leisure. Thought I'd come over and introduce myself to everybody that doesn't know me and give you a little briefing as to what I do over there as a veterans officer. We give information and assistance, counseling, and we do the claims for all the veterans in the county. And we have 513 veterans in the county, and right now there's 81 that get disability compensation and 11 get a pension, and we have 14 pending cases right now. And the VA is trying to go paperless, so there's a new program called VeterSpec that would allow me to do the claims right on the computer, and then they automatically go to Sioux Falls to the claims office. And that way I won't have to, send the package through the mail. Any corrections can be done right on the internet instead of, mailing it back and forth. And right now, if a veteran, has a question about a claim, I have to call Sioux Falls, and then they look into the program, the VeterSpec program, and they let me know. But, with the program, I'd be able to help the veterans a whole lot better, because I'd have instant access to all the information for all the veterans.
I just wanted to add this is not a state's attorney, this is a resident of Walworth County as a veteran. We've seen where the VA has been criticized all over the country, but we don't see it criticized here in South Dakota. I think we have a great VA program here in the state of South Dakota, but also we need to support our veteran services officers, because we do have an increasing number of veterans now because we've been at war for 15 of the last 16 years, which has created a lot more combat veterans rather than just your traditional veterans that have served, which heightens the amount of care that they need. And even as an educated person, the VA can be a very confusing animal to deal with. And that's what I think you're trying to get across, is that especially with our more elderly veterans, it can be very difficult to figure out, because everything's online now. They want to do your prescriptions online, they want you to schedule your appointments online, and it makes it very, very difficult for a lot of the non-technology veterans, which would be the older ones, Korea, some World War II, Vietnam, who haven't been brought up in the computer age, to access their care and to make their applications. And then that's where Leo falls in, is they come in and like, hey, I don't know how to do any of this, and basically that's his job, to aid them in filling out applications for disability, getting them to the right place in the VA system. Because even in South Dakota, we have a huge system, and then being here in Mobridge, do you go to Pierre? Do you go to Aberdeen, where I doctor? Do you go to Fort Meade for whatever care you get there? Do you go to Sioux Falls for the main hospital? So it's a very important that he keeps up on his ability to access that technology through the veterans system. And to keep up on taking care of the veterans here, because we do have quite a few veterans, and you're going to see the more, that's not very good English, see the numbers increase as veterans in my age group get older, because I'm gonna make more demands of them as I get older, so that's all I wanted to say.
Leo, I have a question on this. You've talked to me about it before, but the setup price is $5,000, which is paid for by the state, right?
The state paid the $5,000 fee.
Okay, then the $399 per person, does that include, you have to pay that out of the 500 we have?
Pardon me?
Does that have to be paid by you for the?
It's by me.
For the 500 that we have, so that's $2,000, right?
No, it's $399.
No, but 500 times $399 is $2,000.
Oh, yeah.
And do you have that in your budget
No, I
request?
don't.
How are you gonna come up with that money?
Just a second, Becky's got something to add in here.
I just wanted to add before we start talking about that the veteran service budget is actually like 16,900, that includes his salary, everything. That's really a minimum expense for the county, considering the benefits that it does provide to a lot of people. So the budget for his supplies is only $500 usually a year.
Yeah, that's what I was concerned about.
Yeah. But when you're looking at his total budget of 16,900, that's including his salary and things, so making his job a little easier would be beneficial.
When does that have to be upgraded?
They pushed it this year, because we're only one of 6 counties in the state that do not have the program yet. And we went through training this year on it, so they told me to come back and see if I could, get the program as soon as possible. And then, I don't know if you see the VA impact on the things that, what is it, $4.5 million the VA takes into the county for all the services that we get. And 1.4, I think it's 1.4 million is compensation paid right to the veterans in the county, most of that I'm sure is spent in the county. It's up 60% in the last 6 years.
And that's mainly attributable to the 2 wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
We'll have to discuss that when we do our budget.
So what we're talking about, he needs a computer and,
I have the computer.
well, you do?
Yeah, we bought that.
The only thing is the program, and it's $399 a year.
Per person.
Per person in the state, yeah. So 1 per county.
So basically, you need $400 more a year in your budget,
That's it.
just for the software.
Well, I thought that was per person.
Yes.
No, it's per person that uses the program.
Right.
And it's 1 per
Per user.
county.
Oh, 1 per county.
One per
Because, see, I
county.
thought it was
Yeah.
per each person,
Veteran.
Just the Veterans Office.
because I thought, we didn't have that amount of money in your budget.
And basically, we need to run the supplies from 500 to 900 or 1,000.
Make a motion, we increase the budget, what, by the needed amount, take it out of the account that's set up for it.
So basically, you wanna increase the veteran service officer budget by $400 a year.
That's my motion.
Okay, I got a motion on the floor, I need a second.
And second.
How soon does it need to be paid
No,
if you bill?
second.
If you gotta get it right away, do they want it right away, or?
As soon as I have to get with the VetraSpec people, and they will do an online tutorial and set me up and everything, so probably within 90 days.
Okay.
Per year.
Because I was just curious if we could push that into next year. If we increase your budget, Leo, and would that be all right if we do it starting January 1st, or? Because that's when we could access January 1st
Per
budget.
veteran, it's not
Yeah.
per
Right,
veteran.
it's per user of the
That
program.
could work.
Because does he have
We
money in his
need to
budget
add
now?
some money to his budget this year.
He is over because he did have to have a computer. He's not over yet, but he will
Will
be.
be at the end of the year.
So there could be a supplement done if he wants to get the program this year.
So the next question would be, is do you want him to wait till January 1st, 2017 budget, or do you want him just to go ahead and do it now since he's already over budget?
I'd suggest do it now.
I would second that.
We don't need it in a motion or anything, but.
I got
so-
the other motion still on.
Yep.
So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion passed. Are you wanting to do it this year?
Second and help.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just run with it now, Leo. It's clear as mud.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Leo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. See you later.
Okay. Okay.
But, we'll just wait and then we can just have a contingency later, so we don't have to do that.
Okay. Alrighty. Penny.
Good morning again.
Morning.
Okay, you all should have gotten my August budget reports. Any questions?
One other thing before we start with Penny though, getting back to those two bills that were forwarded, I kinda took that and ran with it, so I wanna make sure that that's all your agreement is that, number one, the overage bill, which we deducted out of the payment is what your view is. And then also on the bill for the engineer. Because I took those and denied them right away. But ultimately, that's your decision, so I wanna make sure that we're on the same page.
I agree.
What did he charge for the engineering when he had your page?
Like 450 something penny?
$497,
Yeah.
I think. I didn't see the bill, but that was what, in that one email he said.
Yeah, we responded to both of them, and I can't remember if one of them was a bill and the engineer was not, but I addressed them both. So I wanted to make sure that you were aware of what I was doing and that you were in agreement with what I was doing before we have to deal with this later, and then all of a sudden you're like, you're doing what we don't want to do. So I wanted to make sure that you're aware, knew what was going on, and were in agreement or not in agreement with it, so.
I agree.
I agree.
Is that everyone else's opinion? So, okay, I just wanted to make sure. Sorry, Penny, didn't mean to interrupt.
No problem. Any questions on the budget balances report? Okay, hearing none. Molstead project. Highway department and Game Fish and Parks and Kevin and Dave were out at Lake Molstead last Thursday, cutting trees and basically trying to make a way into the park. The barricades were up when we got there, we took them down, the barricades were put back up, the barricades were down on Monday. So that is not keeping people out of that park. What do you want me to do with that?
Well, can we just hold off on that just for a sec? We did a lot of work out there, and I talked to Doug earlier, and we kinda tried to come up with a plan. Doug, do you see, I asked Doug if what he thought we needed to get done yet to open it.
I think you get some signage up on when you want the usage in and out of there. And if you're ready, I mean, unless you want the fire pits out of there first.
My opinion was, we pick one day, have a community day to say, we're gonna open it this day. Get the community people that wanna come out and help straighten up a few things out there. There's a couple burn pits we wanna get out of there for safety reasons. And a few other minor things out there. Then I think we could open.
What about the road?
Oh, it'll self-correct in time.
Okay, that works.
For I mean, for right now,
Unless you wanna go do the road first, whenever you wanna do that, and then open it after that. I think a little signage, and if you wanna work on the road a little bit, I think you'd be ready.
Well, number one, the weeds have all gotta be killed before we do anything with that road. Which is, does anyone know where Shannon is, or find it over?
right out farming right now.
Okay,
The only thing is, we're gonna probably have to spray it with, does, Game Fish and Parks have a small sprayer that they could spray that road off with?
No, we got some ATV sprayers or whatever.
That would work the best, cause she can't get in there with the,
They can big.
with the government, or with the county one, cause she can't get the booms out.
No, she's got an ATV
she's
too.
got an ATV down in the skate shop.
What do you think needs to be done to the road before you can open it?
Well, we need to get the weeds off it so we can see what kind of
It's
condition
not
it's
really
in.
that, it's passable.
That's what I thought when I walked
Just
in there.
passable? I
Yeah.
mean, is that gonna be okay with everybody? It's just
For-
passable to
I mean,
get
for
in there?
now,
Is
just
that what
get
we're
it
looking at
open.
wanting to do?
What, is there gravel underneath the weeds
Yeah,
there?
yeah.
Just-
Weeds grew up through the gravel, it's,
And I think once it gets driven on a few times, I mean, for right now, I think it'd be all right. Eventually, depending on the
Yeah.
use, we could maybe put a load of gravel over it, or there's only a couple potholes in there that would probably have to fill up eventually, but I mean, for right now,
I think you'd wanna spray it.
There's a lot of thistles that have to be sprayed, that's really thick and.
Wormwood.
what about a wormwood, yeah. But, I don't know if you'd have to spray that to open it.
I don't think you have to spray it to open it.
So now, what about that, cable and barricade and stuff that we wanted on the east side so people couldn't drive off there? That go by the wayside?
Well, eventually, I think we should put that up,
Okay,
but I don't think we'd have to put that up to open it. Cause our liability isn't, that's not our, it's not under our liability to have that, to get it open.
If I remember right, Game Fish and Park said they would get the materials,
School public lands.
School Public Lands said that. If they
They
got them, are
We
we,
just have to buy it, you'd have to buy it, go to Holsworth or whatever, and find the material and prices and just get a hold of them.
There's some pretty big rocks out there on Ronnie's place that could be used
We
instead
could
of that.
rock it all off, and they'd never get in there. Tom, or Jim knows how big rocks are.
Maybe
that would be fine with me, but, you know, it wouldn't take but a couple hours to move some rocks or something, or put a barricade fence up there.
We've had barricade fences up there
Instead of
before and
fence.
they rotten or gone.
Well, in my mind, barricade fence would be like guardrail post and a couple cables or something, you know, up 3 feet.
What day would you wanna pick to try to get it open? What are we?
Not
looking
tomorrow or Saturday.
at? No. Say next Wednesday? That way we could, when do you do your reports for the radio and stuff?
From this meeting. It'll, depending on how long you guys go, I should have something on this afternoon. Or tomorrow
So
morning for
then,
sure.
and I'm sure I could get with the radio station too, and, tell them that, you know, we are gonna be opening, we could do a couple of radio deals. We wouldn't, you know, Andy, did a lot with him on other projects. Pick a date and, say it's gonna be open, if anybody wants to come out and help with cleanup a little bit, here you go, go ahead. The only thing that we would probably need out there would be probably a loader and a truck to get those burn pits out of there.
I mean, you wanna open up next Wednesday?
I can't be there, I have to take her again, that's a business, plan.
How big are rocks and how far away are they?
About 3/4 of a mile.
Wouldn't be something you'd wanna carry back and forth with a skid steer then, would it?
Well, I piled them all in my farmhand.
Well, if we had the loader over there, we could use the loader.
Yeah, that big loader you had wouldn't take that long.
If the guy had a skid steer, then you just push them in.
Yeah, you can move them around there, you wouldn't wanna carry them.
No, but I meant,
3/4 mile.
use their loader and push
Yeah.
them, get it in with buckets.
Road one over there too, you know, mine's got gravel.
Wednesday sounds good to me, Kevin.
Wednesday, all right?
What's that?
Next Wednesday, all right, or? Doug?
I gotta be in Radford next Wednesday, but I mean, I don't have to be there to open it, if that's what works for everybody.
Could we get signs by next Wednesday?
The hours one, I doubt it. Dan's looking to see if he's got an extra one, and there are it's the same park hour sign that they have for Redmont Park. And that's got, I'll tell you what the hours are that they're running. From May 1st to September 30th, their hours are 6 AM to 11 PM. And from October 1st to April 30th is 6 AM to 9 PM. That's what their day use hours are.
Okay. I guess there's a couple things that we as a commission are gonna have to decide too. One, is it gonna be day use only? Which I think it should be classified as day use only. And I would say, no hunting. I don't know what the rest of the commission feels about, but that would be some of the signage that we'd have to have out there, is what we as a commission decide how this land is gonna be used.
I go out there on Ronnie's land all the time and hunt out there, and I have a permission from you all the time, don't I, Ronnie?
Yeah.
And I do not want that closed off.
I would say, what's the reasoning for closing it to hunting, I guess, I don't know. I'm just asking.
When you're talking day use only, the hours that,
With those hours.
to 11 at night in the summertime.
Yep.
But does that?
It is,
Does that
like
include-
ours, there is an exception, if somebody's parked in there and they're fishing at night on the dam, then they're good. So it kinda goes
As
by
long as
use, you
they're
can't just
fishing.
be in there to be in there after those hours.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
If you're engaged in illegal activity like fishing or something, you can be in there at 5:30, or you can be in there at midnight if you're out in your ice shack, that's not gonna affect it, but if you're in there sitting in the parking lot drinking beer, probably gonna be in trouble.
I just thought it'd be easier on you if there was no hunting. You on hunting out there, or?
I always have, and we always will. You've got predators out there that you gotta take care of.
Okay,
Once you close that off,
that's
you know,
what,
you might drive in and see a raccoon and shoot them. You know, I have no problem with that.
I just
But if
didn't
you
want
quit it-
people going from there over to your place without permission from you to,
I'm not worried about that.
okay, then I don't care if they hunt either. I think it'd be great for goose hunting out there.
Well, yeah, if you shut my goose off, I'm gonna be mad.
You can get goose another way too.
Huh?
So we'll goose you another way.
Yeah.
I don't care, I think it'd be good for hunting, I was just worried about people maybe coming onto your property a little bit and then you have a problem with that, but if you don't have a problem with it, I think it'd be great for hunting.
I can remember back, I think there's only been about 3 times that the buildings come into the yard. And I haven't seen, there's only 1 or 2 people that were on the wrong side on the east side. One was the school principal in Mowbray.
I think it'd be great for deer hunting out there with all the trees and stuff,
Well, yeah, that's why I want it open.
okay? But
I would support day use and hunting. Just the hours of the park established.
okay,
Fine by me.
anybody got any other things?
I'd posted no open fire and probably no camping at the same time. Then we
No,
have
we
those
gotta have
signs.
campers. There's campers that used to come out there.
You know, if you're gonna do
And
day
they
use,
bring
you
their
gotta
own
do
camper
camping.
out.
What's that?
If you're gonna do day use, it's gonna be tough to have camping in there too.
If you're gonna do day use only, why bring a camper out?
So it's always been used for camping. There's been, till it got closed off, there's always a camper or two that comes spend all night. Especially when you get back to fishing, they'll be back up.
Well, Kevin, why don't you guys just work that out, and I don't think the commission's gonna have a problem with whatever you guys decide, I guess.
Doug, you gotta ask you, what, is that lake open for hunting?
Yep. The lake itself is a separate easement from the park.
Okay, and how far?
12 physical
Sure.
feet, 12 physical feet above the high water mark, 12 feet above the high water mark.
Okay, so is a high water mark?
Well, it's just
So 12
where it
feet,
goes
you
over
said?
the dam, you know, you can
12
see
feet?
12 physical feet. It's not elevation, it's 12. You can lay a
So
ruler on it.
when you're out there and the high water mark, if there's weeds, that could be the high water mark, right?
Mhm.
Would that be reasonable to assume that?
Mhm. Yep.
Okay, and there is a fence on the west side of it. It's not, it's down, but there was a fence.
Yep, that's marking the high water mark.
Is that a private fence? That marks the high
That's,
water mark?
there's not a fence, there's posts there with signage.
Is that the high water mark?
That's with the 12 physical feet.
But could you assume then that fence line that used to be there would be the high water mark?
That's,
And you have 12 feet in addition to that?
the post that is there is the 12 feet above the high water mark. That's the boundary, that's as far as you can go off the
Okay,
lake.
that's it, all right.
Yep, on the west side.
Do you understand that?
Well, that old fence was put in with my dad.
But you can hunt up to that fence?
You can hunt up to that fence.
Okay.
But on the east side, you can't because there ain't no fence.
But there's gotta be a high water mark.
There's a high water mark and then there's the 12 feet. It's
Pretty big
just
bank
like
there,
getting
right?
onto the core land, the old core land on the river. There's not gonna be a post or a fence. Every place there's a mark, but
Oh, I
there's a
know.
boundary. You know,
But, who would interpret that?
you'd have to go down there and measure it out if you had a conflict.
But if we have a conflict,
Right now, we haven't had a conflict. I mean, that's the same thing we run into on, you know, the old core property along the river. We run into that all the time. They got too far up, they get onto private property, and then you got the issue.
okay, then what about the south end where the spillway is?
That goes, I believe, down past the spillway to the road that's on the bottom side, correct?
Yeah,
That's below your
there's a-
place, and then there's a roadway, and then it kinda squares off on the bottom.
Cause the high water mark goes all the way around the lake, right?
That's around the lake. The one on the south side is determined by the spillways. That goes farther than that,
It goes further than the spillway?
yeah.
There's a road down there?
Well, there's a road that goes down there that kinda cuts across, you get to the back, your back
Well,
path.
there's a road across the top of the grade
Well,
between
and
the
then
two
below,
spillways.
he's talking below to the south, there, that kinda squares off below the spillways. Where the spillway runs, and then there's another overflow spillway on the east end of the dam grade, and it squares out to the south, below it.
So, from the north access to the lake, along the fence line, and beyond the spillway, about how far is that road?
I don't know, that's gotta be,
Is it 100 feet?
it's probably
More than
close,
that.
probably close to that on the
More than
south
that.
end.
And then,
But around the lake itself is the 12 physical feet, as you go back to the
but
north.
if you're on the dam, you're okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
And you understand that?
If you're on a dam grade, you're okay.
Or below it?
No, because we're not, you guys ain't taking care of it below the 12 feet.
Can you hunt
Below
below
the
the dam?
spillway is part of the School of Public Lands easement. It's not part of the county easement,
Can you hunt below the dam?
as long as
To
you're
the
on,
road?
as long as you're on within the easement, yeah.
And then on the east end, there's a pretty high cliff. So the water mark is pretty much,
That's pretty much where you're gonna
Common
walk,
sense.
yeah, cause your 12 physical feet's gonna go right up the bank.
okay.
Okay, so 28th, all right, with everybody?
Who's gonna put sign up?
I mean, we'll figure something out to get the guys out there or whatever.
Okay, now we do have, we'll take our signs down, our barricade, and we do have a sign up there, the commission wants to put up when it was open, not responsible for accidents.
That sign's still out there,
I don't know, do you want it left there?
yeah,
Okay,
You want the loader over there then on Wednesday?
if we could. And a truck that we could put those burn pits in to take out the landfill.
Are we gonna eliminate grills and stuff? Cause I've had so many people from Overage tell me, oh, I'm glad you're opening that. We used to have so much fun taking the family out there for picnics. And they're looking forward to doing it again, so if they bring a bottle gas grill, are they gonna be in violation?
I would suggest you keep the two metal ones up. Ones on the, that are blocked with rocks and then probably could go, but there's two metal ones that are up off the ground. And I've seen people use that to cook hot dogs and hamburgers. And they should stay there because kids get hungry.
And the other thing is, I did get with one contractor to take a look at that bathhouse to get his recommendation on it. I'd like to get another contractor to get a couple recommendations on it. So, I don't know when he's going out there to take a look at it, but I'll have an answer after he looks at it.
Okay. Anything else about that?
Nope. You want it 9 o'clock again?
That'll work.
Is that all right with you, Doug?
Yeah, I'll
Just
have
tell-
a couple of guys come out. He said I'm not gonna be around, but, I'll see if Jeff and a couple of guys can come out and.
Okay.
One more thing, after we were out there the last time, people said they'd have known that you guys would have left out extra help and we'd have had more help that day.
I know, but we didn't really want any more help that day
Yeah.
with the tipper and everything
Yeah.
else out there.
But I mean, we
But
could have
that's-
got more help.
I know, but that's why
Yeah.
we're gonna make the announcement now for them to come out on Wednesday.
Yeah, get some more help out there and then go quicker.
Okay, Penny?
alrighty.
Thanks, Doug.
You bet.
Okay. George Turner.
Now you're up,
Where do you
Joe.
want, where do you want me?
Right there for right now.
So we're done on this, I'm gonna leave.
Thank you.
You bet.
Chair George? Okay.
Okay, I've got two sets of pictures. Marty and I went out there. We're gonna have to share them. And we'll just go through them. First picture is, as you're turning in on this, the road is 16 feet wide. It's 450 feet long down to the edge of George's property. The second picture, is the trees on Paul George's property that are already growing halfway over the road.
How wide was the road when it
16
was
feet.
platted?
I don't know,
30 foot.
Was it 30 foot? Okay.
16 foot, so those trees would no longer be there if we do anything with it.
George, he won't like that. He won't like that if you upset some trees down.
The next picture is looking at the edge of George's property, looking back to the east. You can see where some of the washing has come down. The next picture is George's property line, and Game Fish and Park starts right there. And that is a drivable road. Next one is just a picture of a closer picture of the washout on the edge. Game Fish and Parks has put up a beach has sharp drop-offs warning. And the last picture is just the trail down to the water. You wanted me to go out and take pictures, I went out and took pictures. And measure it. And measured it. Yesterday we had a conversation, you asked me my opinion on this. My opinion on this is that it is a private drive. County did not accept responsibility for the road when it was replatted, if I'm saying that right, however they redid that.
On a replat, yes.
If you decide that we need to go in there and do some work on this, I will forewarn you, you're opening a big can of worms. There's been a lot of people that have requested work on private drives, and it's always been denied. We do not do work on private drives because we cannot take work away from private enterprise. So, that's my 2 cents.
Okay, George, I know you and I had talked after this. Did you, get with Kenny?
Yeah, yeah, everything is, there's no problem with, any, if widening the road or anything, if it ever needs widening. It seems like, the way I understand it, you guys, the county had approved the plot back in '99 and that took the end of their access road to the lake and the owner left a 30-foot strip between his lots there to for lake access. And it's my understanding that county approved the plot, so they own the road. And as far as widening the road, I understand it would approved at 30 feet and it would have to be replotted if you ever widened the road. So I'm here hoping.
Why would it have to be replotted if we widened it to what it?
That's the way I understand it. You check it out, I don't know it.
It wouldn't have to be replatted. It's already a 30-foot road in there.
But
It's
you already
replatted.
own the road anyway,
Well,
as far as the records go, I think. You've owned a 30-foot road.
when it's replatted, it still has to be accepted. There's a lot of developments where they put roads in there. Those are private roads until they're accepted by the city or the county or the state. That's kind of where the dilemma is whether we accepted it or not. And then if we didn't accept it, then Mr. Turner has the right to close the road publicly.
And that's where it stands right now.
Yeah,
it is
that's
closed.
exactly right, yep. But then, yeah, the issue between the state and Mr. Turner does not involve the county. That would be the state and Mr. Turner.
Why would it be the state instead of the county?
Because we're saying that that's not our road. If the state wants to authorize access to where they have that beach down there and stuff, they would have to work out the arrangement with Mr. Turner, not us.
You're talking Game Fish Park.
Well, state of South Dakota, yeah.
If they have any
Yeah, if they want
plans
to.
of improving that area or whatever,
Yeah.
then they would have to.
Doug, what's your opinion about?
I mean, if we want to maintain an access there, I think we could do an easement, if that would be the way to go on that 30 foot, I don't know if that's a possibility.
I think the whole thing is who's going to pay to maintain it is kind of the whole issue. Mr. Turner doesn't wanna, figures, hey, if someone else is gonna use it, why should I pay to maintain it? The county is like, we don't wanna maintain it, and the state hasn't maintained it, so that's kind
Who
of.
put the road in that's there? Did you put that in yourself?
What's that?
Did you put the road in the 400 feet?
Nope.
That was way
Any guy
before.
put it in.
Oop, okay.
Dennis Dock, when he donated that 30-foot strip, and he made the little road there, yeah.
In all due respect, George, you know, when I went out there, I happened to be there yesterday, and I went out there, and I one photograph here that shows the top of the hill is about halfway to the lake. You really don't have access to the lake, you have access to the top of the hill. And then you gotta walk down that steep hill,
Yeah,
which is at least another 600 feet, isn't it?
yeah,
To get to that
yeah.
small beach area. But I understand the ice fishermen use it as well.
Ice fishermen, they go, they take a right there to my property line and go, and down there where the beach is, you can drive up to it, right up to it. And that's the area more where the game fishing park would like to develop.
But you do have access to that beach from Thomas Bay. It's
From Thomas Bay,
about a half a mile up, isn't it, on shore?
access to the lake.
To that beach area that you're talking
No.
about.
No,
No, it's not possible.
From Thomas Bay?
Thomas
No.
Bay is on the other side.
No.
Thomas, where you launch a
There's
boat is on
There's
the
a boat
north side.
ramp down there.
Yeah,
That's
Isn't
on the
that-
other side of the bay,
yeah, it's on the other side of the bay,
it's on the,
But by boat, you can get there, right?
oh, yeah,
Yeah.
but boat, you
Yeah.
could.
by boat.
But in order to get to this beach area you're talking about, can you really drive a passenger boat down there?
Well,
actually, Kenneth Gosh must have feel some responsibility because he put a load of gravel on there yes, Saturday and filled the, ruts and, gravel reaches the, core line now.
Just recently, right? Saturday?
And that just happened Saturday,
Yeah, because I didn't see that when I was out
after
there.
I closed the road.
Yeah. So what I'm getting at, George, is that I don't think the county would build a road there for access to that lake.
You don't think they would?
I don't think so. I mean,
So anyway,
it's a small beach
I'll
area,
fence it
and
off,
you
that's
you
fine.
really only get to the top of the hill, which would be you didn't need to put a turnaround or a parking lot or something.
so, what's gonna happen, you think?
I don't know.
Okay.
Is that something is that Ken's, then, that 30 feet?
It's basically a platted private road for when he platted it.
But who owns, I mean, who
It's
would have
private.
control
The development.
It
As
says
it
public
stands now.
access.
Yeah. But
on
if you open it to, well, it's still a private road. We don't have responsibility for it, so it's not our road, it belongs to somebody, it's private. When you develop the property, you put roads in all over there, just like the roads that run north and south there are both private roads, never accepted by the county. And they're responsible for maintenance for the property owners are responsible for the maintenance. On the south side, they have a road district, or road group, and they maintain their own road, basically the same way here.
I guess my question is, if the county doesn't own it, George doesn't own it, then how can George close it?
How can I close it?
I'm just asking, I mean, if it's
Because
not
I
your.
maintain it, I have maintained it for 16 years.
Yeah, but that's not what I mean, I'm just saying, if it was Kenny
And I
Gosh.
hate to put a sign up there.
I mean, but I'm saying, if
Keep
Kenny
people away from
Gosh,
that lake.
if Kenny Gosh donated that, then. who-
I can donate anything to the county, but if the county doesn't accept it, just like the north and south road at New Everett's, they platted those roads, but the county never accepted them into the county highway system. That's why they're self-maintenance out there. And one group has increased the maintenance on one end, and the other group on the other end has a lower maintenance, but they're responsible for the maintenance, snow removal, all of that. It's not a county road.
So then Ronnie Burns should have been, he should have had just as much to do with that road as George Turner.
That's right, and then when but see now,
Yeah, I
Mr.
know.
Turner owns everything there, so.
Well, see, it was donated to the public, and the public hasn't been maintaining it. So I closed it to the public. That's where it stands right now.
if we were gonna go, if the state would go to get an easement across that, to access that property, who would we get the easement with? That's the question.
And I built my house in
Probably
two
the
thousand
developer.
and two, that was after the plat had been signed and all that stuff, and I built my house and called for a, flat, I mean, a approach off a county road, and, they come out and they put me in a culvert and an approach at that time, and, a little later, I called for, mentioned about gravel, and, she turned me down. We don't own it, but they owned it, they owned it at the time. After they'd signed the plot, they must have thought they owned it. But then, somewhere in between, they discarded it. So, that's the story.
Why would Kenny Goff bring it?
Huh?
Why would Kenny?
Why would he?
Yeah, Saturday.
Because I've let it known that he owns the lower road, and I think he kind of thinks he does too now.
Good.
And, but he thinks he's got the county talked into maintaining it.
Neither one of us have an issue that.
I don't, why don't you and Kenny and Doug, why don't you guys kind of talk and maybe I can work something out here?
It would have to be an easement for, I think, for the department to put money into putting gravel on it, but I don't think that's a big deal. I mean,
Well,
that's
actually,
above
the,
my head, long
Yeah.
paced, but I mean, I can get the conversation started.
the water runs down the road now, and it needs some crowning down there, it needs a little bit of rebuilding. And if I gotta put some money in, why, it's gonna stay full.
I guess the guy should, to me, should just have a conversation with Kenny.
I think they should go to game fish and parks and.
Well, I said all three.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
I can put them in touch with the guys to make the
Leave the
decisions.
county out of it, go to game
Yeah.
fish and parks.
His story is when he traded some land for the county.
Who knows, that could
That's
be
his
possible.
story. He took their road and gave them another one.
I guess I think they should just work it out with them and then.
And being you
we'll go
guys,
from there.
being the county approved the plat, why, this looks like county road.
The approving of the accepting of the road and the highway system and approving a plat are two different animals. We accept a lot of plats that have streets in them that are privately maintained. Whenever they do a development, that's, and what's the one north of town, Deb, in Mobridge? No, up north of Mobridge.
Sherwood Drive.
Yeah, that's a private road. They platted a road there, it's a private road. But they platted the road when they platted Sherwood Drive, but it was never accepted by the county or the city, because it's not in city limits, and so it had to be accepted by the county, and we don't maintain that road either. Is that a fair way to
Really
state
don't
it?
mind to have a private driveway. If you're done with me,
Thank you for
Thank
coming,
you.
George, appreciate it.
I told my story.
Thank you, George.
Okay,
George,
thank you.
Update on Black Swan Creek project. They requested us to mark Swan Creek Road to do, test borings, and they will be here at 1:30 on Tuesday, and all day next Wednesday. There'll be 13 bores on each lane, and then they'll take samples back and test them, and it's just part of the process.
See what enough base, what it's for.
Yeah. See what they're gonna be dealing with, base and how much gumbo, which I hope there isn't a whole lot. So that's where we're at now with that project. And discussion regarding county work night three.
That's all I wanted to say is, at the conference, I visited with a number of guys about it, so I'm working on something for that road, so I should know more,
Okay.
hopefully.
Where's
soon.
319?
By the
That's
summer.
out by the hotel.
That's
Goes
right.
west.
It had to deal with Northern Plains and
The state and,
city, just the Northern Plains, the city and the county and
everybody.
Northern and Northwest.
Yeah.
I'll
What
let
are
you know
you
when I.
looking at? Cause you know what the DOT engineer told us.
Mhm.
Okay. Cause I got a rough estimate on that, the cost. So,
Yeah, but concrete,
it's only gonna hold up,
right.
yeah. So, and this is gonna have to be a big project.
Yep.
And it's also gonna have to be in writing agreed upon by all parties. Okay,
I just wanted to, just let you
Okay.
know that I'm still working on that project. so
Okay,
I'll let
okay.
you know as soon as I know a little more.
Great.
You'll be the first to know.
okay. That will work. I'm keep getting more calls about weeds, and I don't know what to do with this. Something's gonna have to be done with the weeds.
Weeds like, what do you mean, like in the road ditches and?
Yeah. Everywhere. Everywhere.
I have had a number of them, numerous calls, I should say. I've referred them to Ernie.
Yeah, maybe
He
that's
has
what
the
we
weeds.
start doing. So, and maybe when Shannon gets back, I can visit with her on a couple things that are county property that she has got to get out and get sprayed.
Anybody have anything for Penny?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break right now and then we'll come to Deb. I'll call the meeting back to order. Deb.
He's coming.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you to the commission for the time for a break. After further discussion with Ms. Call, we would set forth sort of a twofold proposal right now. One would be, and I would ask, Attorney here to advise Commissioner Martin accordingly on all this, but Commissioner Martin offered an apology to Ms. Call, and that is something that she would accept and I think would be important to her. I certainly wouldn't write the apology for you, but things were cited in 3 separate articles in the Mobridge Tribune, the Selby Record, and the American News earlier this year that our position is, among other things, have eroded public confidence and trust in her office, and so the apology she would ask be as public as those previous remarks and or accusations were within those articles. Second, as to discipline, if any, as the commission would see fit, Attorney Borman, in his letter, indicated that the commission should take action to reprimand Commissioner Martin. I certainly don't want to weigh in on what that appropriate action is. I don't have that authority, Ms. Call doesn't have that authority, only you commissioners do. And so we are here today asking you to follow up on the letter authored by Attorney Borman, dated May 18th. And so that's where I would leave that. And so any further action, if any, would be by the commission pursuant to his letter.
I guess we'll just, it's not on the agenda anyhow, so we'll have to just
Correct.
talk about it next meeting.
Correct.
You were gonna say something, Dwayne?
I was going to, but I just soon let this go. I just get it over with. I think that the open meeting violation was not my violation. I think it was the people that were here violated that meeting. We had an executive session prior to that open meeting, and we were told by our legal counsel that we could not discuss that. However, everybody else did, and I sat here like an idiot. And that was not my violation, that was a violation that all of you allowed to happen. The
I
other
don't think it
thing
was
is,
determined that there was a violation of the open meeting, is my understanding. Yeah, there was no
there was
violation.
an accusation.
Right, there was an accusation and it was
And
not.
at the risk of getting myself in more trouble, I would say that the meeting was, and the vote was intended to set a time for a hearing. The hearing hadn't been set. There was no decisions made. Some of us were prepared with information responding to public concern. And, but the hearing was never, when we voted it, never came to pass. So, that, I just wanted to clarify those things. But to put this to bed, I'll do the apology, I don't care what the rest of the commission wants to do with me, it doesn't matter. From hang me to, you kinda crucified me the day that we were here, so you might as well finish the job if you want. But, so whatever you wanna do, I don't care. Let's just get past it.
Well, it's not on the agenda, so we'll just discuss it next meeting and we'll move on with our meetings. All right? Thank you. Ted? I'm gonna move around a little bit.
Good morning, I'm Ted Dickey with Northeast Council of Governments. I'm here in front of the commission this morning with 3 copies of an application to the Department of Environment and Natural Resources State or Solid Waste Management Program. It's an application to help pay for a new cell out at the landfill. Total project cost currently is at $862,268. We are applying for what we hope to is a grant for 50% or $431,134 and a loan from DENR in the amount of $280,866. And then Ryan has said that we can do local match up to $150,000. In order to play with the numbers a little bit to get them to work out correctly, it'd be $150,268. Now, the funding package that's sitting in front of you just says that we're applying to the state for $712,000. We're hoping that they give you 50%. That's the hope. If they give you the 50% note, or excuse me, if they give you a 50% grant and then the $150,000 in local match, the loan be $280,866. The rate is at 3.25% for 14 years, which is the useful life of the cell. So the monthly payback for that would be $2,083.13, and the yearly payback is just under $25,000. So as far as impact on the rates at or tipping fees at the landfill, we're not gonna know what the actual rates are gonna need to go to or if they're gonna need to be raised until the state makes their determination and gets the funding package in place, which should be sometime late December. So, with that, there is a resolution that needs to be passed today which authorizes the chair not only to sign the application but subsequent documents such as grant agreements, loan agreements, drawdown requests, etc.
I'll need a motion for that.
I'll make the motion to approve the package.
Okay, I got a motion on the floor, I need a second.
I'll second.
Got a second, any more discussion? Hear none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay, motion passed. Now you want those right now?
I'll take them before I go, but I've got to, like I said, I was gonna stick around for the other meeting.
Do we need a motion specific to the resolution, Becky?
Where is the resolution?
It's in the packet there.
Okay,
There's
so
copies of it, 3 copies of it in there, and we can make
should
whatever.
that not be
copies.
read?
Probably, usually that's the process that we go through, so.
Yep.
Okay, here's the resolution for authorizing the SWMP signatory for Walworth County. Walworth County proposing to construct a new cell for the Walworth County landfill. Walworth County is applying for a salt waste management program funding in the amount up to but not exceeding $712,000. Walworth County needs to authorize a SWMP signatory. Walworth County make application to the South Dakota Department of Environment and Natural Resources for the SWMP funding in an amount up to but not exceeding $712,000. Resolved that the chair of Walworth County be authorized to sign for all grant and loan related documents, including the application and the pay request.
Make a motion to approve the resolution.
And second.
Okay, got a motion on the floor and a second. Any more discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay, motion passed. That's the one I gotta read that in? It's all the same, isn't it? Anything else, Ted?
No, I'll just sit back and wait for the zoning conversation.
Okay,
Thanks, Mike.
Lyle, we're gonna do you real quick.
I'm just getting here, you'll notice on your agenda, there's comprehensive plan resolution, I believe is what it says, zoning update. We originally had September 20th, the notice we put in the paper. I'll back up and tell you, the comprehensive plan that we passed, that you approved the resolution to accept, when we put that in the paper, we forgot to put in there a summary of the comprehensive plan, which meant we had to start over again. So that means re-advertising for the meeting, for the hearing for the comprehensive plan. And the first ad that we ran it saying the commission meeting was on the 20th. When you change it to the 22nd, then that set that back again. So we couldn't meet with you today to have you approve the resolution for it, because we had to get proper notice. So proper notice meant we're looking at your next meeting. When we come to make that, come to the hearing, which you'll find that we need to make a change in the comprehensive plan anyway, because in there it talks about the setback, or the zoning extension beyond city limits that various communities want. And originally, we didn't know what Hoban wanted, because they didn't know what their city limits were. Well, we found out they don't want any. We found out Selby wants to, according to their ordinances, but they found out that their ordinances are, they're not complete. They aren't mapped for the 2 miles, so they only want for their city limits. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Actually, that's what we're gonna go to until they create their own comprehensive plan and adopt their own zoning
Right.
properly, and then we can make an adjustment when they pass their own ordinances.
So we're down to Mobridge, and Mobridge originally in our comprehensive plan, we had set for 2 miles, and they only want 1 mile. So we're pretty well set there, but there'll probably be an amendment to the comprehensive plan when we show up in 2 weeks. So that's our report. The other thing I might mention to you, we're fortunate that we're moving forward in doing what we are, because we've had some inquiries by companies about wind energy systems being developed in the northeastern part of our county. And so you need to be aware of that fact. I've had actually some landowners contact me, I don't know, is anybody else on the commission?
Oh, several.
Okay, so I can't stress the importance of getting this in place, so we've got something there. And you really should know, already, you should probably have an idea what are in our proposed ordinances, so you can have some thought prior to those ordinances being put in front of you, as to what the proposed ordinances say. Because I've had people contact me that half mile is plenty, and others that think it should be 5 or even 10 mile setback. So you're gonna ultimately make that decision on the ordinance, and what you decide is what we'll live with. Questions? Okay.
I've had numerous calls wanting us to move it to 10 miles.
Okay. Are you sure it's not you calling yourself?
No, the other way around. I agree with him, but I had one yesterday.
Okay.
5 miles minimum, and I don't know if they're gonna come and talk when we talk about.
Well, the comprehensive plan, it's not important they do there, but then the hearings will start on ordinances with our planning commission.
I am sure they'll be there for that.
And that's fine. And I guess I would challenge each of you decision makers to to study and learn something about wind energy. I did give Scott some things as the chairman. The best site to go and learn about wind energy that I know of is through the PUC. And because of the size of some of these wind farms that are being proposed for our county, some of them will have to have, if they're gonna be that big, gonna have to be approved by the PUC. It's based on the number of megawatts that they generate. So they've got a good site, go there and check it out. Okay?
All right, thanks, Lyle.
Thank you, Lyle.
So,
Okay, Ryan.
Let's bring Jesse up now.
Yeah, she's.
All right, Jesse's just gonna answer any questions you might have, and maybe just give a brief overview of what's going on with the renewal and the possible transitions.
Sure. Jesse Cole, Key Insurance, Mobridge. The current health insurance marketplace isn't sustainable. It's not, it's becoming pretty tough, not for county, not just for counties, but we had a meeting last night with the city of Mobridge, small businesses, large businesses, individuals. The best thing that we can do as leaders and in the insurance industry is trying to figure out what can we do to make things work. Right now, the county is on a grandmothered plan. And I should note, grandmothered plans per federal law today, they're gone next year. They're gone January 1, 2018. So the current plan that we're on has to be changed anyways. If that's something that the commission is looking at doing, just kind of a reminder on that. Current plan as it sits, we got $1,000 deductible for single, $3,000 deductible for family, out-of-pocket max, which is something I pay attention to, is $2,000 for single, $6,000 for family. The office visits is $25 copay, chiropractic $25 copay. There is a little deductible on the drug card, which we changed last year. That was something different. But what we're proposing to try to figure out how to stay budget neutral for the county is moving the group to an Affordable Care Act compliant plan, an ACA plan we call it. There are some benefits with an ACA plan. There's preventative care that gets taken care of, colonoscopies, mammograms, annual physicals, those type of things. That's taken care of 100%. As long as it's coded right by the facility, the person or the member going in should not see a bill for that. The other neat thing that I think that the ACA plan does do is if you do go get a script, on your current plan right now, that money is basically gone. You don't get any credit for that on your out-of-pocket max, whereas with an ACA plan, you do actually get credit towards your out-of-pocket max. The biggest thing, the biggest difference that I see with the ACA plan versus the grandmothered plan is what the charge is. So what are we charging per subscriber, per member? Well, the current plan, we're just charging at renewal, if we keep the plan, it's $968. That's what the single rate is at renewal time, it's up 25%. With ACA, it's based on your age. There is no single and family anymore. It's what your belly button and how old it is. That's what we say. It's the easiest way that we can describe it. So a 20-year-old is gonna have a rate here, and a 64-year-old is gonna have a rate up here. And there's gonna be differences in between. The benefit, in particularly on the county side, is you have actually a fairly young group. When we look at the census, it's a fairly young group. So there's a big majority that are under that $968 single coverage premium at your renewal if you kept on the plan. And that's why we see such a big discrepancy in price. That's the biggest kicker, is because of the younger group, I guess, census or demographics. What we're proposing is $1,000, if you are looking for options and trying to stay budget neutral, We're proposing that, enhanced blue 1,000, it is $1,000 deductible. The biggest difference is gonna be for your employees, is it's a $4,000 out-of-pocket max versus a $2,000 out-of-pocket max. If something catastrophic happens, it's gonna be $4,000 for their health insurance bills. The copay is actually less, it's a $20 copay versus a $25 copay. The drug card, the RX card, actually, that deductible is gone. There is no deductible for the drug card, so that $100 or $200, that's disappearing if you move to the ACA plan. In my eyes and in my opinion, looking at the plans, what you're currently on and what we're looking at possibly moving to, and knowing what the budget and the constraints are on that, I really think that ACA plan is a win for the county, but, it'd be up to you, yes.
My question is, you're telling us what the perks are for the ACA plan, what are the downsides, what are the downfalls for it?
The downfalls is you're not gonna be individually group rated, meaning right now Wellmark looks at your group and looks at your claims data, looks at your demographics, and then they give you certain percentages, okay? So this year, Wellmark had a little over $1.4 million in claim from the Walworth County group, and that's why we're seeing a pretty big bump in the premium. The standard rate of increase for this year for Walworth County, if you take away the risk level, they call it, meaning claims, the demographics, that kind of stuff, would be 10%, would be a 10% rate increase, okay? What I see with ACA plans and a negative of it is you're not gonna be individually rated. You're not gonna be Walworth County rated. You're gonna be pooled together with everybody else that has a group coverage, $1,000 deductible across the state. I can tell you at January 1, which we're before, so we won't see it till next year, we already know what the rate increase is gonna be. It's gonna be 18%. That's what they filed for next year, for 2017. The caveat in that, the good thing is there's a 3% reinsurance tax, they call it, that's going away, so technically it'll be about 15% at renewal time when we have this conversation. We already know what the cost is gonna be. The other negative side is the out-of-pocket max, in my opinion. You are going, as a single employee, from a $2,000 to a $4,000 out-of-pocket max. The family is another big kicker. If you're on the family plan, where are we at right now? Family plan, we have a $6,000 out-of-pocket max. So broken arms and MRIs and knee scopes for kids and that kind of stuff, we got $6,000 is the maximum that employee is gonna pay for medical bills. Where on the ACA plan, it's $8,000, so another $2,000 tick between it. I try to look at things both from the employee and the employer side, and that's a tough balance when you start talking health insurance. It's really hard to try to find that common place and what's fair for those that are paying the bills and those that are reaping the benefits. And, the two options would be ride the grandmother plan one more year, but we know it's gone for next year. We know it's gone in 2018. Or we start working on moving that transition. I get the question a lot, what happens election time? How's that gonna work? Well, I think the Affordable Care Act is here to stay. There's too many moving pieces in that I think are beneficial to the US, to be honest with you, from the insurance side, from what I've seen. I think we're gonna see a lot more, we're gonna see some changes in how it's administered. I think we're gonna see that, but I think the Affordable Care Act, just to repeal it, there's 5 or 6 million people that are insured in the US, and you can't just leave them high and dry. And that's from both political and from a moral side, so look at it. So, all we can go off is what the law is today and what the rates are today. As far as the network, it's the same network. You're still in the Blue Cross Blue Shield network. If you wanna go to Mayo tomorrow, you can go to Mayo tomorrow. The only downside is like I said, we don't have a base rate for single, and we don't have a base rate for family. It's just totally, if you have 3 kids on the policy, Is it just you and your spouse, or is it, I have one kid? For those that actually are on a family plan and maybe have 1 or 2 children and are fairly younger, they're gonna see a pretty significant savings, or at least the county will see a significant savings. It's pretty neat to see, so. What other questions do we have?
My argument, Jesse, is that we could get better insurance in every facet than what we have right now, as opposed to going to the renewal rate if the budget isn't a concern, you know?
Right.
The renewal plan, you know what the rate's gonna be, we could get that, we could go for the 750 deductible plan, which is better in every facet as far as I can see, and it would still be less than that renewal. We don't gain much, if anything, by staying with the grandmother plan.
And that's a good point, in your packets, I think there is the 750 platinum plan. That one, if you compare it, still, as a total bill, about $10,000 less than what the renewal would be per month, so $120,000 a year. That's a $750 deductible, $1,500 single out-of-pocket max, $3,000 family out-of-pocket max. What was the copay? The copay is a little different on that one. If you go to the clinic and the bill is $150, you're gonna pay 10% of that bill. It's a 10% co-insurance on office visits. Chiropractor's $55, you're gonna pay $5.50. That's the most benefit-rich plan that's there, but yet it's $10,000 a month less expensive, just because of the way that the Affordable Care Act plans rate their plans based on age. And that's the biggest driver, is like I said, your census is less, or less, younger group, so.
How do you hire without being discriminating against older employees?
As far as,
If you're hiring like a deputy in my office, and I have to watch my budget, how can you,
You can't.
I know you can't.
That's what I'm saying, is you hire that person based upon their qualifications, and that's it. If you run over budget because of the flexibility of the plan, that's just a fact of life. You cannot say, I am going to take into consideration the insurance cost of this person because they're healthier or younger or male or female. You hire that person based upon their qualifications, and your determination as the treasurer to hire that employee. You don't put any of that in there. And if you run over budget, it's a good explanation as well. The prior deputy was 19, and now this one is 75. And so there's an inflated cost, and that, we're just gonna have to address it. It's just the way it is. Which is gonna create audit problems, but I don't know how else you would
Well, I
explain
can
it
tell
away.
you, the book of business as group, I just got back from here yesterday. If you look at Wellmark as a pie, the book of business in Wellmark, which is 354,000 people that they insure through group in South Dakota, 51% of that pie now is on an ACA plan. 2 years ago it was about 12. So you can see the transition. The grandmother plans are running about 30%, and the remainder is still on the old plans, the grandfather plans. And like I said, in 2018, that whole pie is gonna be an ACA plan, because that's what the federal regs say they have to be. So the ACA gave us 4 or 5 years to transition out, now they're gonna force us out, just per guidelines. But yeah, to your question, that it doesn't matter whether it's a county or a small business or whomever, they're all gonna be individually rated, and it can't be
So the only way that you would be able to fall within your budget is put the premium at what the maximum would be.
Right.
And put that in your budget for every employee. That way you know you'd fall within your budget with regard to medical insurance.
Which that's if it interests the county, I can probably find that for you, the commissioner.
That's all I would budget. I think that would be the best way.
What are you gonna do with, just like with Aetna, now they pulled out. You know, what are you gonna do with more companies like that pull out?
You'll I shouldn't say never, but you got two different things. You've got Aetna, United Health, who has been in the news. You've seen a lot of these that are pulling out. What they're pulling out of is the exchanges. That's where individuals can go sign up through healthcare.gov and see if they qualify for a subsidy, and then purchase their insurance that way. I should say never, but I don't think you'll ever see a Blue Cross Blue Shield franchise, provider ever pull out of a state. If you look around our seven states beside us, we're pretty lucky. There's only one healthcare provider, health insurer in Wyoming. There's only 2 in North Dakota. There's 4 in Minnesota. We do have a larger choice. The issue with our proximity is if you've been following the news with the Avera, Sanford, Dakota Care debacle with who's gonna be in whose network and can you go here and who can't go there, that's when I get more gray hairs, is trying to figure out how to handle those that I have in those plans and making sure that they are gonna be in network when they wanna go see their doctor. With the Wellmark plan, you don't have to worry about that. It's a Blue Cross Blue Shield, 100% hospitals, 99% physicians and clinics. So, I mean, it's a broad network. So I don't think it's a concern in my eyes if you stay with the Blue Cross Blue Shield. What the news, like I said, is they're pulling out of the individual exchanges because it's not profitable. I mean, it's just, for every dollar they're taking in for premium, they're paying $1.35 in claim. Well, you can't run a business like that for very long. It's not, again, it's not sustainable. It's not gonna work out, so.
Jesse?
Yeah.
I'm wondering, what would you suggest then as if we do switch to this, how much the employee pays for family? Because all of them will be different considering how many kids you have and their
Right.
ages and things like that.
I can tell you what the averages are, what standard, in our group plans that we do, and we do quite a few. Some of them will do an average of the single rate, so we go through all the employees, figure out what that single rate is, and then we deduct that off the family, and that's what the family's gonna pay. Some will do a fixed percentage. Most of them are between 45 and 55% of the health insurance bill for the family. I do feel that the commission and the county, from what I see, is probably the most gracious in what they cover for family, but on the other hand, it's a retention tool, it's a hiring tool, it's a tool to make sure that we have people working for the county. So, I mean, it's a double-edged sword. If I had to grab a number, I'd say 55%, if that's something that you would like to plug into the budget, but.
That they would pay or the county?
The county, which I can look at, and the contribution rate right now is.
We're a little under 50/50
Yeah,
with
but,
the,
yeah.
just, I mean, the county's paying a little more than 50%.
Yeah.
It's not much, so it's pretty close,
Yeah.
is what we're currently at.
Like that platinum, what's the max out of expense for family?
3,000, which is half of what we're at now.
Just to kind of give you some numbers, as is, if we kept it the same, the renewal per month, and this doesn't contemplate employee cost share, but the bill that comes from Walmart will say $51,799. That's what the invoice will say on the current plan. If we move to the platinum plan, the $750 deductible, it'd be $41,568. So, I mean, you're talking $10,000, like I said, it's a $10,000 swing. Now, if you look at that $1,000 deductible plan that we were talking about, now you're looking at $36,531.
Yes, so I added 15% to them on the spreadsheet that I give.
Okay.
We weren't sure
Right.
last time we talked if
Yeah.
that increase would
Okay.
come after it or not, but
Okay.
this is what it would be.
This is what it would be
Okay, So
today.
it's gonna be considerably 15% less than what I have on this spreadsheet too,
Yeah.
so I gave you
What
worst
would
case
those two
scenario.
numbers, yes?
The premium, the $7,500 deductible, $750 deductible, is $41,568. The enhanced blue 1,000, $36,531.37.
36,000.
5/31. See, we're lucky, we have a December 1 renewal, so we won't, like I said, we won't see those rates till next year.
And we're currently at 51,000.
At renewal, we would be at 51, 799, if we kept the plan the way it is.
Becky, would it be hard for you to figure out what our employees have to pay for their family plan?
What they have to pay now?
What they would have to pay on, say, the 750 or
Well, it's gonna vary every employee depending on what the county decides to do, if you're gonna do just a flat rate. Because
Say-
if
say
there's
we-
5 children, then there's gonna be way more, and if we're doing 55%, then that's just gonna be of their,
that's what I meant.
it's gonna, I mean, it won't be hard to do once we establish something, but you guys will have to establish something.
What I can provide to help with that is they do, we call it a detailed group census. And this tells me every employee, every belly button, and how much their family plan would pay, and I can easily give that to
Would
work.
pay, and then we have one from last year saying what each family cost, right?
Every family's the
We-
same.
Yeah.
We could compare them, I think I got that at home, yeah. Like you say, we don't need to decide this today, we got one more meeting.
Kudos to everyone here at the table, because we had this conversation.
You do have to decide today, don't
We
you?
don't have another meeting. We have to
This,
adopt the
because
budget
the
today.
budget has to be approved today, so this is today that you guys have gotta decide.
Mhm.
Let me do some.
Sorry.
Whoa. We can put it in our budget, but we don't need to decide which plan.
Well, how are you gonna put it in your budget if you don't know
Well,
what
we
plan?
can always budget high and hopefully come in less.
Shoot first and ask questions later.
Yeah, if you pick a percentage, then everybody's gonna be different, you know, everybody's, if you say the employee's gonna pay 45% over and above the single premium, you know.
Yeah.
Everybody will be a little bit different under AC plan. Right now, they're paying $499.18 a month to have a family plan.
Yeah, my plan's the same for
Yeah.
everyone,
For
but this
everyone.
one, this is gonna change it for
Everybody's be
everyone.
different, yep. Some will go up, some will go down, it's, you know, depending on what, percentage is chosen, you know, that'll be the differentiator there. So, some people might end up paying less if they only have a spouse on there, or a couple young kids, they could end up paying considerably less than that $499.18.
I'm looking at that again, that detailed group census thing that has the premiums per valley button, so to speak. And at renewal, if we kept the plan, the family coverage would be $2,237.34, okay? That's our top line, that's to think about. So anything over and above $499.18 as it sits, that's what the county's gonna pick up. I have an employee with 2 children, that would be $1,800. I have an employee with 2 children, that would be $2,500. I have an employee with 3 children, that'll be $1,300. It just, again, it all goes off of age. And that's the hardest part when it comes to budgeting and trying to figure out how to do all this. And I've done this enough that I know that it's a pain in the neck, but once it gets set up, it's not awful. It's just how much of the brunt of the health insurance does the commission want to, take care of? So that employee that has the 3 children, that's $1,300, and now you say that he only has to pay $499, well, he's essentially picking up, what, 40% of the total bill? Or the other side, for the one that was $2,500, now, there's more brunt laid on to the county. So that's why I think a fixed percentage is a fair way of doing it versus saying $499.18, just because it goes off of age composition, so.
Yes, Penny?
Excuse me, I was just gonna say, I went over this morning with my guys.
Yeah.
And, actually, if you're willing to go that way, that 750 platinum was the general consensus as far as good coverage goes. Just wanted to share that.
Deb,
My question was if we switch to the platinum, the AC plan now, then are you saying that probably wouldn't be as big a leap next year? I probably won't have that many changes or.
Correct.
Do you know?
What I can tell you is I know that this plan, the current plan is gone. I know that one's gone. The only thing that I have seen on the group side, is every year, Wellmark on plans will start consolidating and saying, all right, we only have this many subscribers in a $750 deductible plan. We're gonna give you the choice. Do you wanna move to 1,000 or 500? Because we're getting rid of this $750 deductible plan. I can't tell you what they're gonna do there. That's a moving target. It really is.
Are your averages between everybody in each plan? So when they're figuring out the cost, is it for everybody that's in the 750 plan, or is it for everybody that's in Wellmark?
It's actuarially done on the 750 plan.
Okay.
Yep, good question. Yeah, actuarially, it is done on the actual plan that's subscribed in.
As far as with the increase.
Correct. Yeah, well, and the great thing is actually they do look at a broader scope. They do look at their whole book from an ACA perspective. And they just did a flat 18% for 2018 or 2017 on everybody. So there may be, my guess is the $500 deductible plan probably have the highest claims. It would, it should. And so they do balance that out a little bit.
If I'm understanding you right, Justin, we know what our rate will be for this year and for next year then under an ACA plan,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, we do know that.
Add effectively 15% which is what you have on your spreadsheets here that I made for you. That would be for 2017 when we're addressing the budget next
Correct.
year.
Yep.
So,
When you're talking, one family at 1,800 or the one family at 2,500, is that including our employee in that, or is that just his family?
That's employee and dependents.
So, on the 2,500, what, I don't need to know who it is, what would be our employee that we would pick up off that right off the top?
Let's see. $1,177
is what we would pay on that.
It would be if you just paid single coverage. Yep.
So his share would be, or for his family would be 1,400.
Yep.
So we would pay 50% of that.
Yeah, it'd be about 50%. Yeah. You know, that's the number that's hard to come up with. Is what between, again, what is fair, what is right, what's the industry doing, and you know, I think, in my opinion, a good conversation starter is 45%, but if you're feeling more generous, I mean, like I said, 55% is a retention tool on a family plan. It really is.
So in that case, Jim, if we paid 50% in excess, we'd be paying about 700, the employee would be paying about 700. We pay 100% of single, and then we have to decide what we want to pay in excess of single coverage for each family. So
And right now, they're paying $400.
You know, I got sorry, go ahead.
So what would we do, set it at, say, we're gonna pay the highest single rate of anybody that we got, and then go 50% over that, or do we take the average?
I think that overcomplicates it. I think you pay 100% of everybody's single coverage, and anything in excess of that, you choose a percentage of.
And now, and sorry, I misinterpreted. I was talking about the total family cost and picking up half of that cost. If you're thinking about picking up 100% single and then a percentage over and above that single rate, I wouldn't do 50%. That's too rich, in my opinion. I mean, in all honesty, I'd be looking close. What, 25%? Is that what? Am I bringing you into a conversation you don't want to be in?
I know we pay 100% of, the city of Walworth, we pay 100% of the employee. And yeah,
I'm pretty sure we do 100% single and then 100%.
We went with the silver,
Yeah.
whatever that is.
Yeah. And then I'm pretty sure the city picks up, don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure they pick up 25% of the remainder of the family. To not overcomplicate things, I think you would, I mean, you can structure it however you want, I guess, but.
We've already been picking up 100% of the single
Oh,
coverage.
okay.
You know,
Okay.
that's how we do it, and
Yep.
it's just the people with the family plan that contribute to the cost of health insurance premium currently, and if that's the way we wanna stay, which I'm assuming, you know, that's what everybody's thinking. We pick up 100% of the individual premium, anything in excess of that, we pick a percentage of.
Do you think we'd lose employees if we went to 25% of the family?
I do.
And, I mean, is there gonna be a significant
It
jump
just-
up to 500?
Well, it's gonna be on this one 2,500 deal, the family that cost 2,500, it'd be 1,400 for that person's family, that he would have, and what's 25% of that?
We'd only pay
350, yeah,
they'd pay 7.
they'd pay
You know,
more than that, they'd pay 1,050.
Yeah.
I have
Yeah.
Hurting big time, if not probably more.
there's something else though with that. There, some people's paychecks won't cover it,
Yeah.
like yours. You're gonna have to pay us to work here.
Well, that's the story of my life anyway.
Just wanna point that out.
And that stuff, guys, you can try to see what will fit in your budget. In my opinion, 50% over and above 100% single on the family is very generous. But if that's what, again, if it's a retention tool, and if it's something that helps hire and keep people, and then the budget allows it, then that would be at your discretion to use it that way.
I think I feel more comfortable with that ACA plan after listening to Jesse than I did before.
The 750 platinum.
Yeah,
That 750 Platinum is an amazing plan. I mean, if you could tell me, and if I was an employee and said, you know what, for your family of 5, catastrophically, something happens, I'm only gonna pay $3,000 out of my pocket for medical bills, that's awesome. And then you throw that in, kids get sick, so you need to get the antibiotics, you need to go get all those different things at $5 and $8. Well, now that $5 and $8 is gonna go towards that out-of-pocket max, you're gonna get credit for that. So that's the beauty of those plans.
It's
And this
essentially
plan-
budget neutral too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it'd be budget neutral.
I could support that but I would suggest we stay at least at 50% for the family plan. And hopefully we don't lose too many employees.
And anybody that is a current employee can sign up for the family plan in December, correct?
Yes, we'll actually start opening that up probably beginning of November. And so we get it in by December 10th. Or we'll have to open that up in October, because your December 1 renewal, so we can get it into Wellmark by November 15th.
So could they submit an application and have the amount figured so they would know how much it's gonna cost before deciding to do it?
What I'll give you is a rate sheet. It's very simple. It goes from age 20 to 64, and it'll tell you exactly what the cost is per age. 37-year-old, 38-year-old, 39-year-old, it'll tell you exactly what the steps are, how much it is.
Does it show the rates for the children then?
Yeah, under 20 is the same, all under 20 is the same,
It's
same
only up
cost.
to
One rate.
3 though, right,
Yeah,
Jesse?
yeah, that's the other
If
neat
you have
thing
more
is,
than 3.
buy 3, you get 1 free on kids.
So the most you're covering on your plan is 5, then, right? That you're paying for on your plan
The
is
most that you're
5.
paying for is 5,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
So to figure it out, for a family, you would take his or her rate, the county employee's rate for single, but then you would subtract that off of the family, and then we would pay 50% of the difference.
Yeah. See, there's one on here, we got an employee that is 1327, but his rate is would be 530, so now we're at, what? Eight something, so his cost share is actually gonna be less than 499.18.
You're never gonna get it equal,
No,
never.
no,
But it's fair. if
Yeah.
nothing else,
Yeah.
It's,
What does it cost us a month now?
Our insurance,
Yeah,
around 42.
yeah.
42, and then where does the $500, is that including that, or is that costing us 42?
That's total bill,
Total bills for, that's the easiest way to
approximately
look at
42,
it,
yeah.
And how many do we have in the family plan?
I think there's 9, isn't there?
9?
$4,500 off of that is what our actual cost is, and the direct cost.
I'm pretty sure it's 9. We use that number a lot. That's what it is.
About 37.5. If you take
It's a little tougher to calculate out the actual costs for the new plan,
It
until
would,
we get it
yeah.
all on paper, yeah, so it's hard to.
And what I can do is I can leave this census details with you.
So we gotta decide this meeting?
Sure.
But I mean,
One thing I could suggest is, you know, most departments built in 20% increase. If he's talking 15 or 18, if we leave the budget as it stands, next year we'll be able to get it closer when we know more how it's
Actually,
gonna
this
work.
year it should wash, it should in effect be a 0% increase over last year if we do what we're talking about here. So I mean, if you are, like you say, if you already have 20% built in, that's gonna be more than enough to, I mean, you're gonna have way more cushion than you even.
But
need.
it'll help
$500
as far as how
Bottom
we
line, so-
figure out.
Yeah, the difference is between the
It'll
family
give us a
and.
year to not have to worry about everybody
Right.
going over.
Absolutely.
even going with that platinum plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 750.
I make a suggestion, we go to the 750 plan and pay 50% for families over the single rate.
you got a motion?
I'll make it into a motion.
Okay, I got a motion on the floor. I need a second for that.
You made a motion?
Hmm?
Didn't you make that motion?
No, I just said I
Suggestion.
support.
Support.
Yeah.
Got a motion. I need a second.
I said second.
Which one are you taking? Okay.
Any more discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion passed.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks a lot,
Thanks,
Jesse.
Jesse.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
All of this would be when that has a breakdown.
Okay,
For the
excellent.
750.
Yeah, like you say, I'm more worried about our younger employees.
Yeah, I'll give you my copy.
Did this just come out of the documents that you gave me at our last
Yeah.
meeting?
Then I
you
have
should
it.
have a copy.
Okay, you got it.
Everybody should, because I think we made
Okay.
copies for everybody, so.
All right.
But if you need a refresher.
I'm more concerned about our young,
You're still up, Ryan?
the young employees of the family. Thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome. Take care. Sorry to put you on the spot.
I think everybody should have a copy of the monthly report, either through your email or I gave paper copies out too. If you have any questions, so feel free. Hopefully I got answers for you.
You already answered mine, so.
Okay.
Looks like Standing Rock is creeping back up their ways.
Well, like I was telling Kevin, it's gonna be a slow process, cause basically, if they cut me a check for $20,000 a month, they're only paying $5,000 toward their arrears, so it's gonna be a process getting them caught back up, but I think any money that we're getting is good, and we don't want to force them into a situation that would, cause their company to not be able to pay us any money, so I think the income flow is a good thing, so as long as they keep up with that plan. They'll get caught up eventually, but it'll take a while, and we're still getting some cash flow in, so. And the big expenditure, you'll notice on this report, was for that, that mattress shredding that we did. So that was a little over $20,000 that we traded checks with them for that though, so basically they paid it back to us. And if there's no other questions on that, or you can ask me after the meeting or later in the meeting, or shoot me an email or whatever, if you see something that you need clarification on, but, the only other thing I just wanted to touch on, I know we talked about a little bit at the last meeting, the possible insurance claim for the damages up on the 3rd floor up there, and I've shot some emails over to you, Jamie. We haven't had a chance to really talk about it too much, because we've both been in and out, so, but, I did get a little bit more correspondence with the insurance carrier, and, I asked them to pull the file and to look at it to see exactly what the claim was. And I was told basically that, there was no cause of loss determined, no appraisals were requested, and that, or the cause of loss was determined, but no appraisals were requested because they said it wasn't covered. So they came in and inspected it, apparently. I didn't get copies of any of this stuff. I asked for them, but they didn't send me any copies of anything, but there's no estimates or anything like that submitted, no invoices submitted to them for it. So basically, I think that'll be the first step in the process, is we just go ahead and submit a claim and say, here's our invoice, you choose to cover it or deny it, and we'll fight you from there, so.
That's the way to go. So basically, we have all the costs determined now. The floor redone, we'll have, they'll have to adjust their bill to basically bill us on 2 different bills, one for the damage and then one for the remainder of the floor, so we can have that split out. We've had the cost for the repair to the roof, the walls, all of that, so I think we're ready to go and, submit the claim and let them either.
See where it takes us,
Yeah, and either they can pay it or deny it.
So that's something we'll be, me, Jamie, and Becky will be working on here in the.
Once we get all of the dollars, because I don't think have we gotten bills from everybody yet, Becky?
Not all the bills are in.
Okay, so we'll have to wait on that to get all the bills in, so we have the total dollar amount on because the floor is gonna be the biggest chunk of
The
it.
floor is in.
Okay.
The hardwood
Okay.
was about 27,000.
But then we have to,
This,
but we have to pull out the portion that was just for the repairs caused by the damage. Did they do that, or? Because that's what the number we need to get at is, because the whole floor, because we did a whole bunch, did the whole floor, so. And that wasn't as a result of the damage. We have to have what? The replacing of the wood, replacing of the.
It's got to match,
Correct?
so submit it for the whole thing.
Yeah, we can do that.
Maybe they can determine a percentage that they wanna cover if.
So, yeah, we'll just submit the whole building. We'll just submit the whole bill, so we'll get it.
found it?
It didn't look like they split anything out of it.
We'll just submit the whole building and
Let them do it.
They can figure it out.
Maybe just a little over 27.
That's all I got for that. We'll be working on that in the coming weeks here then, so.
All right, anything else for Ryan?
Can we move to number 12, Scott? With Gene?
You're all done, Ryan?
I'm done, yep. Thank you.
Yeah, we can.
Oh, the extension lady didn't do it.
Oh, yeah, she's.
Okay, so we are next.
I'm up.
Yep.
I'll be quick, painful, and try to keep it under 10,000. You wanna lead in?
Sure.
All right.
Basically, it's the Wild property that we worked on. Basically, there were 2 properties, they're connected, owned by the same individual. We took those properties, destroyed one house, county and the city, split the cost, left one house. We sold the property on the condition that the individual would make improvements, stay in compliance with the city ordinances, et cetera. And that's been basically what, 30 months ago, 2 years, okay? I haven't looked at the property, supposedly he put on a new roof and that's about it. And so Gene talked to me, cause it's still kind of an eyesore property. The easiest way that we came together to resolve it is basically buy the property back, tear down the old house and resell it and recoup our sale price out of the sale process. There's people that have already expressed interest in it, but we either have to find a pass-through entity to do it that way and sell it where we don't lose any money, or sell it for the minimum bid of what we have into it, which when we're all said and done is gonna be $5,000, and put our sale price at $5,000 so we get our money back out of it. The only other cost that we would have to eat is, last time we agreed to pay for rollaways, and then the city tore down the house. The main thing is I think Gene's here for is we take it back and resell it, they want the house gone because it's just not a,
From the city aspect of it, that house qualifies as a primary dwelling. The people that have expressed interest in it are looking at buying the whole lot at auction. I believe, what was your last sale price, 4,000, 5,000? And then coming in and building a giant storage garage. The word I heard was man cave. That gets them around the city's ordinance of curb, gutter, sidewalk, things like that. You still have an eyesore house, and then they're gonna build a garage on it. What I would like is split the cost with the county. We'll tear the house down, level it, if the county still wishes to sell it. Now you're selling a bare lot, so if anyone wishes to put a garage on it, it's gotta have a primary dwelling and curb, gutter, and sidewalk around that lot. So that's the only thing I would.
Gene, what is the address of this?
I don't know the address, but it's 1 block south of Jerry's Pawn Shop. It's, it'd be Fifth Avenue West and I believe 4th Street, and it's the southeast corner.
when we initially got into this, the goal was is that the person was gonna rehabilitate the property, which didn't happen. We can, and what we had, you know, technically, we can litigate this and spend some time trying to take it back and not have to buy it back. But what we had figured is, we're gonna get our money back out of it if we resell it for what we bought it back for, which would speed the process up so we can get rid of that building.
What's he got in the road?
I have no idea.
I haven't looked at it, that's one thing.
Would you have to pay him for the work that he did do?
Well, I felt the clawback the county had was he had 1 year to rehabilitate it and have a dwelling to live in. And you and I looked at the house along with Harley and Randy, and I think the only thing that has been done is a new roof put on it.
Did we stipulate what needed to be done?
Had to be rehabbed and lived in, I believe, was your sale.
And we don't have anyone living in it, is the problem.
So we can take it back from him for that, I mean?
Legally, yeah, we would have to sue him out to take it back, like, what would that be? For his failure to comply, that would just be, we figured, look, let's just get this done quickly. If we can get our money back out of it, it would speed up the process.
I mean, this guy's he's gonna go along with this deal without a big deal?
Yeah, I had him in, we have been trying to get something worked out with this property for months on trying to get it done as cheaply and as quickly. Finally, the owner's father, who has power of attorney, came in and saw me on Monday after several letters and said this is what they would suggest to do. I said, well, I can't approve that. That's something that'll have to work out with the city on their end if they want to get the building down, which is mainly the city's goal, is to get it down. Then I have to take it to the county commission to get their approval, because I don't have that authority.
What's it gonna cost us to take it, to buy it back?
$5,000 is what they want. And I think we can get that back out of it after we tear down the building, which would come back to the
What's the
county.
cost of it gonna be to tear it down?
What it cost us last time, Penny, when we tore down the other building for our half? $400 or $500?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Because the last time we tore one, the city paid to load it in the county's stuff, so I mean, we paid the.
Oh, use the county trucks for it?
No, we just paid for the rollaways.
We paid for the roll line.
Yep, had them bring in rollaways, the city put all the rubble in and then hauled it up to the rubble site. So we paid for the cost of the rollaways.
And we paid Jensen, city paid Jensen Rock and Sand for the claw, track hole, whatever you wanna call it, that's loaded in the rollways, so. That's how we did on there was 2 lots in the house next to it, and that's what we did on that, I think. I don't-
So basically, the two
I don't know what our bill
solutions,
was.
the two alternatives you have is we can litigate them and fight them that way, or we can just pay them to go away and get our money back out of it.
And that's what you suggest.
It's up to you.
The quickest way.
I can't make a deal for the county, that's something you guys have to do, but I wanted Gene to come along to express the city's desire to get, their goal is to get that house down. Not even resell it, or take it back and resell it as it is, get the house gone, so the only thing that you could do to that is new construction on it.
What did he say when you talked to him about it,
Who's that?
the owner?
Oh, I haven't spoke to the owner.
I have, basically, they're like, well, we've been in compliance, I know we've been a little slow. And I said, well, we think you've been more than slow.
Actually, I believe their lawyer talked to you.
Yeah, Lori Bauer did, so. And they did too personally before they had Lori Bauer get involved, so. So I'm like, these are the two choices, I'll run them to the commission, see what they wanna do. That way Gene has the city's input on what the city would like to see, and let you decide.
Kevin, what do you think?
Why doesn't the city of Mobridge just handle it? Why do we gotta get involved again? I mean, we got out of it once, why do we gotta?
We could do it that way, yeah, if the city wants to purchase it, I didn't suggest that, I just figured, well,
I don't understand why we would have to get involved again, being we already gave it to the city to manage it.
no, we didn't, we owned it the whole way, and then we sold it on the steps with terms,
You know,
is what we did.
Yeah, you sold it, the county sold it at public auction with the terms that I had suggested. You rebuilt, you rehab it, you live in it, you occupy it, you dwell in it.
but don't we have that agreement with Mobridge now about,
This came before.
Yeah, this was before that agreement on the
I mean,
on
you've got the,
memorandum of understanding.
you got the agreement with us, I guess, the way I'm looking at it and what I understood was the county's at the portion of foreclosing the owner off. So now, once you foreclose that owner off, now the county's gonna re-own the property. So the only thing I'm here to talk about is, once the county re-owns the property, city and the county clear that house off, and if you guys wanna sell it as a bare lot, that's fine. I'm just here to ask not to sell that lot again with that primary dwelling sitting on it. Cause I want, the city would like to see new construction, that way, that's how you get your curb and your gutter and your sidewalk in. And that also keeps the next purchaser, and I believe he called you and he's, well, I don't know if he would be the next purchaser, but there's been interest expressed in keeping that eyesore house there to build a garage for storage. He's a non-resident of Mobridge, the gentleman does not live in Mobridge. So you would still, the house would still be there with the addition of a storage garage. You're turning a neighborhood into a storage facility for a fish camp or a hunt camp or something. That's the only thing I don't want. So the city would pay to have it loaded in rollways and hauled off.
Dwayne,
I'll buy it,
you buy the lot?
I'll buy the house. Can I do it?
When we.
You
yeah,
personally or the county?
I'll buy it.
Yeah, you could. If,
Can I do it?
you could do it. If you, you could not vote in what we're gonna do with the property now, or what we're gonna do with the property later. Then you would separate yourself from it, and yeah, when we sell at auction, you could come in and buy it.
But I'd have to buy it at auction.
Unless we, that creates another problem. We used to have Medco be a pass-through entity, which is basically, governments cannot just say, County of Walworth is going to sell Jim Houck a piece of property for $10,000. We can't do that. If we give the property to a nonprofit for.
That's me.
Well, no, you're not officially a nonprofit, but we use what we did on the other property, which is the one, where the individual's maintaining the lot. We use Medco, which was a nonprofit economic development entity. If we give that property to a nonprofit economic development entity, they can turn around and sell it to whom they want,
I would
which would be
suggest-
your process.
I would suggest you talk to the guy that owns it now and see what his intention is, and if he would want to sell it, or if he'd want to give it back.
I believe he's the guy that just came in and signed the papers, the owner.
What would stop Dwayne from buying that today, from the owner now?
Nothing.
That's what you're talking about.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
But you could contact the owner and buy it. The only thing the city wants to do is, can they come in and tear down your property? That's why the city wants to be in there, so. Tear down your building.
Well, that wouldn't happen if I bought it,
That's right.
You would redo it.
yes.
No, I guess I would suggest that you talk to that individual and you work it out, and then, I mean,
If
if
it
Dwayne's
has-
gonna redo the house,
If it has services, sewer and water, the structure is there, then do I need to put in sidewalk and curb? The structure's already there.
And that's,
That's a big investment.
and that's exactly what I don't want to happen with leaving it as it is.
I know it.
I mean, if you wanna come in and buy it, fix it up and live in it, great. That
But
was, that
you
was
see-
the original intent of what we were doing.
I wouldn't put curb and gutter around the whole block
Well, but if you had to do new construction, the city
if I
ordinance.
had new construction, but if I'm remodeling, don't have to.
And that's what we're trying to avoid, is getting into a problem where
I know.
you may have good intentions, but we can't guarantee everyone else has good intentions. That's the dilemma.
But the property is worth what you're asking for if you can get around that curb and gutter thing. But if you gotta put curb and gutter around that block,
That's a half block, quarter block, whatever, but.
Is there any curb and gutter on there right now? Okay.
nothing.
And like I said, my concern is when the city administrator is getting calls from people looking at that and saying, yeah, I just wanna buy the property, leave that crappy old house sitting right there and then build a giant garage. That's what I don't want to happen in the city of Mobile.
I would suggest you table it till we get a little more information.
Okay.
It's just. good
Actually, we'll
luck to the
just,
owner.
we'll just put it on the next agenda. We don't need to table it. We're not asking for any action right now. And we just brought it up as a discussion item, so.
So I guess I thought the action was to just buy it back from the owner right now.
You think he's gonna do that?
That's what he came in your office and signed the papers, right?
Yep.
Well, if he's gonna.
But I can't authorize the county purchasing property.
Hey,
No.
just a little imagination, okay? There's a guy that wants to come in and build a garage there, he needs a residence, okay? So I've got the residence, so you don't have to put curb and gutter in, and I'll build this garage for you. Why, you know,
Now you're turning a residential neighborhood into a garage.
but possible to do it.
If he builds
So
a
now
new
what's it
construction in a
worth?
garage, does he have to put curb and gutter in?
Because he already has an existing residence.
But he has to have living quarters in that garage, correct?
But if he puts living quarters in the garage, we're back to curb gutter.
Yeah, because it's a all new construction, see?
No, if he attaches the garage to the house, then it's not new.
Doesn't even have to attach it, just has to build it.
Yeah.
But the house is the primary dwelling right now.
I think it's more of a city issue than a county issue right now.
Well, right now, the county is in the process of
But
owning
if
the
he's gonna
property.
sell it to the county, he could sell it to somebody else too.
But isn't the
Then we're not facilitating
But
the
isn't
city's
the
request to
callback
get rid of the
based
delinquent proper, the delinquent structure, is what they're, that's why the city's here, because they don't wanna have,
But I mean, is it one of the callbacks, you can't sell it to anyone else? I thought to keep the
right,
flippers out.
it's gotta come
so-
back to us.
Yes.
If he goes right by the agreement, technically, we have the right to take it back, and he would have to deal with us.
We'll discuss it later.
Which is fine, we needed to start somewhere, so, yep.
okay.
I'll visit with you about it.
Okay. I know where you live.
I don't wanna create any problems, but but it's worth more with that house there than it is without. that
To a
property.
buyer, you're right,
Yes.
to the city it's not, so.
Well, you guys can discuss that.
Yes.
And we'll worry about it next meeting.
Are we cutting into lunchtime now?
All right, thank you. Thank you, guys. Justin.
sick all week.
Why don't you give me those?
Sure.
Move on to the wages, asking for the motions, and then,
I don't even know if this is the right one, this one I found without pressure. It's just been sick, so. I got what I put off of there. I'll wait for them, then my next one is, approving the new hire of Leandra Smith, a part-time Leandra Smith employee with a hourly rate of $14.71 an hour.
Okay, I'll need a motion for that.
Nice move.
We got a motion on the floor, I need a second.
I'll second.
Got a second, any more discussion? Hear none, all in favor say.
Being she's doing part-time, how many hours is she gonna get a month,
A month, it's gonna vary.
on average?
Yeah, average maybe,
Is she scheduled? Is she gonna be scheduled?
she'll be scheduled for some,
Or
and some
just
she'll
on
just be
call?
kind of filling in. Yeah, you know, scheduled for at least maybe 8 hours a week to fill in a shift. So probably at least 40 for a month.
Okay,
Any other discussion? Hear none, all in favor say aye.
Alright.
Opposed say nay. Motion passed.
Next one is, approval of Tyler Getz as full-time employee for $14.71 an hour.
Okay, I'll need a motion for that.
I'll make that motion.
We got a motion on the floor, I need a second.
I'll second.
Got a second. Any more discussion? Hear none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion passed.
And the next one is a 50 cents an hour increase for Ally Himmelman for completing her probationary period.
Okay, I'll need a motion for that.
Nice move.
Okay, I got a motion on the floor, I need a second.
I'll second.
Got a second. Any more discussion?
what is the effective date of this?
I think it was August 1st, we'll have to work, Kim.
August first?
Yeah. Or September 1st, September 1st. I'll have to double check.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion passed.
Adriana's making the copies right now.
Okay. Does anybody have anything for Justin while we're waiting?
Heard anything on the pickup?
The last thing I heard was they were waiting for one more item, which was the radar. And once that showed up, everything was there. And it would start constructing. I emailed this week, but haven't heard back from him yet.
It just amazes me how long it takes when they're in that business to do that.
The assembly part's only gonna take like 4 days, once they get all the parts there. So
Getting the
I'm
price out, it takes it.
hoping,
Or,
hoping by the end
okay,
of the month.
South Dakota needs this, and this quick on it, have it done there, have it there within a month.
I'm gonna have to do it.
You might have to run the camera if we do that, 'cause I gotta
I'm gonna turn it.
All you gotta do is just hit the red button. I gotta shoot it through it. And if you want to move it, I gotta just give you that stuff, and you can ask me questions later if you got.
Yeah.
Like I said, with the sheriff's one, Chris has been out all week and I just found what I could find on her computer. I don't even know if I got August, so I'm hoping that's right.
Well, then we'll move on to the number 14, the budget. well, does anybody got any change, let's just go down the road, down the line here?
I guess I wouldn't mind going down the line and seeing that we're all on the same page. And, or do you wanna look at this now that we have it?
Huh? Okay, then we'll start at the top, commissioners.
I don't have mine in order anymore.
Put all the rest of it. This here. Okay.
Does everybody want the entire packet printed out?
This is,
What question do you have, Jim? I guess it's,
Well, I just thought seemed like last year there was some discrepancy on what was in the budget after we went through it once. And I just thought we should go through and each one, like, like on the jail where we changed the numbers, like jails and maintenance, we went from 50,000 to 100,000, or just either get a printout and work that we could have went through and of the new numbers. Of course, last year, I think some of the question was when we changed the salary at the end of after we approved our budget, when we come back and give.
Yeah, you changed the salaries after the budget was approved.
Yeah,
So
I
then
think that's where
they had to be done with a
quite a
different
lot
way.
of that.
Yeah, they had to be done a different route. I'm printing out the amount approved that you guys had approved at the budget meeting for everyone. It's gonna take a little bit.
You wanna go to old business?
On
I've got
mine.
something I wanna say.
On mine, when it came out, when the punch thing came out in the paper, I noticed it, but I disagreed with the total on mine. And so then I got from Becky the stuff that you approved, but we had agreed to take like $27,500 out of my budget and it didn't get taken out.
So you could, did you come and tell me to do that?
We didn't even hear that day.
Right, but if you noticed it was.
I didn't notice it till after it was, I didn't get this from you till after it was published. And then I noticed that my total budget was higher than what I thought it should be. And then I got this from you. We agreed to cut the insurance to 500, the services and fees to 17,500. And then Scott had asked me, my supplies were 11, I put 13, he asked me if I could go back to 11, and I agreed. And then those were not taken out of the approved.
500 is in there. But the services and fees and the supplies.
Well, and this
Are
one I
not
got
stating
from you,
11.
this still says 700 instead of 500 under insurance.
Does that have a date on it?
No. It was after it came out in the paper, I don't remember what date.
printing out right now.
I see you in a minute.
Like a break for,
Cause you're looking at that in B, cause it doesn't have a lot of.
all right, we'll take, while she's getting that stuff, we'll take a 5-minute break. While we're waiting for that, let's just go to number 16 to old business. Does anybody have any old business?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I think that I am contemplating filing charges against this commission, the state's attorney, and the auditor for flagrant violation of the open meeting rules. I think what happened on that day was not, I didn't violate the meeting rules. I think the rest of you did. I think you as the chairman, and you as the one that asked for it, and you because you didn't stop it, and defamation of character against you. So those are the things that I'm contemplating. Think about them when you want to reprimand me. I think, based on conversations I've had, I may have a pretty damn good case. I think what you did was a terrible, terrible thing. Others would agree with me. I'm interested in putting this to bed, but the longer I think about it, I think I may have a leg to stand on. And you in particular, and you know why.
Cause then,
You don't need to explain it to me.
you know,
That's all I have.
I guess you guys gotta think about what,
That's the commission's decision, yes.
we'll be talking next
Wish we had time to do it today, because I would be willing to do whatever you say.
We really can't do it today, it's not on there, correct?
You're correct. On that end of it, yes, it's not an agenda item.
So we just have to, we'll put it on the agenda and we will discuss it at the next meeting.
Correct.
Okay. Anybody else have any old business?
What are we gonna do with the Ronnie Dushman case and his paying? Weren't we gonna discuss that this meeting? Didn't you table that till this meeting?
Well, we wanted more information.
I talked to, the mobile home appraisers in rebuilt homes and centennial homes, and then also looked up on the Blue Book. The value on Ronnie's trailer house is 29, and the numbers I got were from 17 to 28, and it averaged them out to like 25 on that particular 1994 Schultz 60 by 80. Because that was Dwayne's concern, is whether it was value property.
You have it at 29 and the market is 25. That would be pretty close. One other thing.
And then on the owner occupied, it's just that he just never got it filled out and sent back. We'd have it now, but that doesn't affect his taxes until payable in 18.
One other thing that you might want to just give some thought to is that he worked for the jail for a while. I don't know if his condition, if he's on disability or what his source of income might be.
He really doesn't.
Doesn't have one. But one of the things that bother me a little bit is that he has a child that lives with him. He's a senior in high school. If we remove him from that residence, I don't care so much about, you know, the adult, but what do you do with the child? He's in school. Would it hurt us a whole lot to leave it until May? It's county money we're talking about. We have no input as to how to spend it.
What I thought we were talking about was they were gonna make a deal with the mobile home park to leave it there and have them continue to pay the $100 a month. Was that what we were talking about, or did I?
Well, basically, there's several options to explore. The first one is what was the valuation, and are we correct on the taxation? Because Nyla needs the determination on whether she presses ahead with the distress warrant, or we let him go back on a payment plan and accept the money that we have, or whatever else in between the commission needs to decide. Basically, the treasurer needs guidance and input on what you want her to do. Correct?
The distress warrant, the sheriff would have to collect it.
I make a motion that we hold off on it.
Mobile homes that aren't attached to any land, are different than.
We should probably wait for a second and then
Okay.
in the discussion.
I make a motion that we hold off on it and continue the payment plan and review it again in 1st of June.
Okay, I got a motion on the floor, I need a second.
I would second that.
Okay, got a second. Any more discussion? Yes, good.
Mobile homes that are not connected to land, where they are on a rented lot, like this particular mobile home, and like all those down in New Everett's, they're handled a little bit different because they're considered a building on a lease site, so they can't go delinquent like 5 years, they get a distress warrant right away, you know, like
In
every year.
January, the following year, they get a distress warrant.
So they're a little bit different than other real estate. I didn't know if you guys were aware of that, they're just, he's gonna get a
Can only go
distress warrant
basically
every
12
year.
months rather than the
Because
5
he
years.
doesn't own the land.
Right. Supposed to take it the following. Because of the mobile home.
Right now, he's paid up current, right?
No.
He has some money with the sheriff's department, I'm not sure how much they have.
$1,000 worth.
Yes.
About $1,000, we've gotten nothing since, to my knowledge, since the last time you guys talked to him. So we got the 1,000 there.
So,
So if you go back to the original payment plan, yes, he's paid up current. But we're not on that anymore because we went to the distress warrant and they started collecting it. So I need to know where to go from here.
this is
We would
clear
ju-
as mud.
We got a
Well,
motion and a
basically, you got a
second.
motion to go back to what the payment plan was, which would basically, what we would do is draft a new agreement. The dollar amount that he owes would be less because he's already paid a portion, and we put him back on the same amount that he was to be paying. And we wouldn't address it until June 1st.
Any more discussion on that?
Didn't we approve that last time? Did we approve, we didn't?
No.
We tabled it.
We tabled it.
Yeah, that's what we discussed.
What does it take to get the money from the sheriff to the treasurer to,
They write me a check.
okay,
Yeah, we just cut our
just so
check.
I'm just trying to understand that.
So he will
Because he couldn't
continue,
pay directly to the treasurer, because the distress warrant would already have been issued. So the only one who can collect that money is the sheriff.
Right, but when does the sheriff give it then to the treasurer? Like, is there
And it's completely.
Yeah.
a completely paid? Okay.
Yeah, unless you guys make it different.
That's
Correct.
You know, unless you decide something else.
if we go back to this, then he makes the payment to your office instead of the sheriff, right?
On a treasurer's, yeah, I would just do it just like we've been doing treasurer's trusts.
Because if you decide to do this, then $1,000, we'll cut a check to her and you do whatever you decide.
Apply it to his delinquent tax. But she hasn't, but as treasurer, Nala has no authority to do that. That's why you as a group have to make the decision. And right now you have a motion to go back on the payment plan under the same terms, just a reduced dollar amount of what he owes because he's made payment, and we would not visit it until June of 2017.
Would that affect the fees for the distress warrant? Or does that get added on to his
That would get added
taxes?
on. we would put that in the dollar amount added on, cause it's already been done, so. But that's my understanding is what the motion is in front of the commission right now.
And if we wouldn't have done that distress warrant, we wouldn't have anything right now. would
We do distress warrants every January.
What's that?
We do distress warrants every January, and we print them out and give them to the sheriff. In the meantime, we had made up a treasurer's trust for him, which took it back out of there. And
I guess I would like to see us hold
Yeah,
off
it's
and see
already-
if he can make the payment.
So all you have is your rest, your discussion, and then a vote.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion
So
passed.
I'll get a hold of, I think I've got his number, and we'll just.
Any other old business?
Payment plan once you give me the new amount. Correct?
Okay, then let's go
Once
to new
Josh applies
business.
the money to you, that'll change the dollar amount, but you'll have to add back in your
I have
fees
one
and
thing,
stuff.
but I don't know where it falls, but I'm gonna contact the cities of Selby and
And then give me
Mobridge
a new dollar
and
amount.
remind them that if they wanna do, consolidated boards this year, they have to have a resolution into the county commissioners by the first meeting in
That's how you look
January.
at it, right? That's how I look at it.
Just remind them that
You're in
they
the
need to do that.
game.
And you guys will either agree to it or not, whatever, but they need to have those resolutions into, is that okay if I do that? We're talking about those resolutions for consolidated boards that these towns have to have in.
Yeah, we kinda like to have that between you two. I would think.
So it's okay with you if I notify them?
Yeah.
Yep.
Any other new business? Okay, then we're gonna go back to 14.
She's almost done.
She's on the last page.
Yeah.
In the past, I have complained about that Walworth County has never had one safety award. And finally, it was presented this year, presented to the employees of Walworth County on behalf of South Dakota Public Assurance Alliance and the SDML workers at Comprehensive Fund. And we got the bronze level, so we at least got a start. And I'm very pleased with that, and I think that the employees of the county should be very pleased that we finally got one. Okay?
Thank you.
Where's the trophy case up here?
Right up there.
That needs to be right on the wall.
This here. Yeah, that's part of
And I should have kept these all straight on board.
Department numbers on the top, and we're just gonna go through the. Cause you haven't broken down by the numbers, right? So you wanna follow, just look at the number.
Yeah, we'll just go with the one she just handed out, we're gonna go right in order.
Okay, so then go down. Oh, yeah, activity.
So we're just gonna start with Commissioner salary. You wanna go through every one of them? Each and every one of them, Jim?
Well, I thought I'd like to kind of review them. You know, I thought we should have done this before, kind of feel bad about wanting to do it.
I mean, I'm just getting, we kinda agreed to everything, and to see if the guy had certain changes that he had kinda wanted to do.
Okay.
I mean, I don't, what do you want me to do, just go down the line, commissioner salary, and just keep on going down the line? I don't know.
I kinda wish I had time to look at this before the meeting, but whatever you want.
Well, to me, I'm just gonna go, is there anything in the commissioner's side that we feel is not right?
Looks good to me.
Should be the very first one,
Yeah, I agree, it's good.
yeah. Okay. Contingency, it's, can't be different. Election. Okay, courts. Auditors. Treasurers. State's attorney. Court appointed attorney. Abused child. Courthouse. DOE.
DOE, we're going to change services and fees to 17,500 and supplies to 11,000.
Supplies is 11,000, so.
Yep,
And how about the insurance, Becky?
insurance is already 500
Okay.
Services and fees is what?
to 11,000.
No, 17.
Oh, service, sorry, 17,500.
And on this new one you handed out, we got another 42.5, right?
Yep,
We gotta change.
it was agreed to change it and that, I just must have missed it.
And I wrote down on the slides 11,000, and here we got 16.
Right, it was missed to change it.
Yeah, she just mentioned that while you're looking.
To what then?
To 11.
And 17,500 for services and fees.
Register of deeds. The vet service.
We're gonna increase that 400 in repairs and maintenance.
To 900, right?
He actually doesn't even have a repairs and maintenance line at this time, but that's where it should be when it's software maintenance. So I'll include a line and put 400 in there, so his total will be 17,300.
You wanna put that in the budget?
It's gonna go under repairs and maintenance, which he doesn't have a line built in yet, but I will build one in.
Is that $399, is that just a one-time fee, or is that
It's,
yearly?
it's yearly,
It is
the
yearly.
yearly fee, that's why it'll go in there.
Animal. Sheriff.
What are we gonna do with the 43,000 we're getting from the state for alcohol tax reimbursement? I would like to see us give our law enforcement staff a $1 an hour raise like we planned, like we talked about last year. And use that. We have some law enforcement staff that's quite a ways behind the highway department. Not saying the highway department is overpaid, but it appears they could go elsewhere pretty easy and get more money than what we're paying.
So
What
what's
is
the,
it, 34 or 43 that we get, Becky, from alcohol, roughly,
It's gonna be approximately 39.
39?
then I guess then why, instead of just going to one department, then why wouldn't you be better off just divvying a little bit out to all the departments?
It's gotta go into law enforcement. Or state's attorney, right?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head.
And I
honestly.
didn't print that, I didn't
That's
print
what,
that off.
that's what it should be used for, is law enforcement or state's attorney. Those budgets are really big the way it is.
When I went to one of the meetings in Sioux Falls, they said that some of them were gonna give their law enforcement a $2 an hour raise.
I don't think we're in that boat alone, because it seems like pretty much across the state, law enforcement is paid less than highway employees. And I'm not saying highway employees are overpaid, but I think for some of the stuff we ask our law enforcement to go through, $16, $17 an hour. is
I think their budget went up quite a bit from last year, didn't it?
Well, I think we did budget overtime, some overtime this time, which we took all of it out last time.
What's the rest of the commission feel? I guess I feel that we should just leave it this year and worry about it. Let's see how things even go. That's my opinion. Kevin, what do you think?
I think we just use it for all the overages that they went over, they're gonna be going over for this year. They're gonna be way over budget anyway. We could use it for that count, we use it for their budget overages.
Used for any expense out of there.
Use it to help curb some of that overage. So taking it out of the general fund, put it into, use that to take some of the overage.
What do you think, Dwayne?
Well, it's always easy to spend somebody else's money, you know. And things aren't so good in the farm. Commodity prices are down. We're treating our employees pretty good with insurance and benefits. One of the better jobs in the county or state. So, I don't think we need to be in a hurry to spend it. I'm sure something will come up. So I would wait till we get it and then hang on to it.
I guess that's how I look at it. So anything else there then? You have anything else, Jim, there?
Nope.
Jail. Corner. You ran out of nothing. Emergency and disaster.
I had someone ask me on that, why do we have 10,000 in insurance, health insurance there, and 10,000 in weed and pest? For our one employee in that.
that is a family plan. So it does cost us some more. So far, there's been almost 6,000 paid out of both. And that will change when we change our plans and stuff, but.
So you think that should be lowered in a little bit?
No, I'm just asking. You know, we lowered some, we lowered, and where it gets more complicated, like Brenda, you know, part of her comes from Jamie's office and part from the extension
And poor.
and poor, yeah, and we lowered hers.
That was based on what her hours are that she's putting to each department, what she figured she would need from the extension department. That's why that lowered, cause she must have increased in a different
Well, I see
department.
we upped it quite a ways in support of poor, the insurance.
Right, cause she's spending more time on that now.
Okay. I wasn't saying anything wrong, I was just questioning it, wondering.
Anything else there? Okay. 4. Economic assistance. County nurse. Ambulance. Other health. Mentally ill. Disabled. Drug abuse. Mental health. Museum. Parks.
I have a question with the parks. Now that Molstead is going to be reopening, are we gonna put power back out there, or?
No,
So there won't be any expense to the county for parks?
shouldn't be.
Okay. Cause that's where that used to come out of, when we had power pole out there, so I wanted to make sure.
You don't think we need a yard light out there? Is there power there now?
No, they took it out.
I was gonna say, I bet it's gone.
Is the line gone total, the post and everything?
They took the post out.
That cost a
When we
bunch to get
closed
it
it.
back there.
Oh yeah, then you gotta pay for the line and everything to pay it back.
If it's day use only, I don't see why you need it laid out there.
Well, if we go by Game Fish and Parks hours at 11 o'clock at night, now,
That's during the summer.
It was still dark at 11.
Gets dark at 10.
that would still, our hours now would still be under summer hours, wouldn't it?
Till October 1st.
October 1st.
Well, even when it's not summer hours, at 9 o'clock, it's still dark by sometimes 5, it seems like.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea what that would run on?
Yeah,
I'd have to look back, I think monthly, it's not gonna be too much.
The installation.
The installation.
Getting it put back in is gonna be the
How
expense.
long is that road?
$23 a month, I think
Yeah.
is what it was.
How long is
Under
that, Kevin?
30, I believe,
Yeah.
is what it was.
It was back there 3/8 of a mile back there.
Yeah, it was right on.
It would still cost a bunch to put power back there. I don't know. I think I'd do it on a trial basis, see how this deal's gonna go
Before deciding on that.
before we even think of putting power out there.
Well, should we put $500 in that budget? We don't need to spend it if we,
What about toilet facilities?
There's a toilet out there that needs a door on it. The door has been ripped off.
Is it good?
I think so. I think if it's sucked out, I think it's all right.
But I mean,
It's full
who's
of
gonna,
water right now.
but I mean, who would put toilet paper in that? Would Game Fish do that, or? who would-
bring your own, along with your picnic basket.
Yeah, I think
Game
that's where
Fishing
you're
Park,
going
they
with
got
this, aren't
several
you,
of them
Dave?
toilets sitting around, they got
That's
two or
where
three
you
of
were going
them.
with this, aren't you?
That Swan Creek just sitting there, they taken out, just sitting there.
Well, the sportsman club used to be in charge of this, and the county paid them $650 a year to take care of it. And then that was, and then they said we weren't paying that anymore, and the sportsman club disbanded. But we used to go out there and take care of everything, the tables and everything. And mow everything. And even with the mowing right now, you could not take a regular mower out there and mow because you'd ruin it, because there are stuff like that laying on the ground. So in order to get it the way it was 4 years ago, it would be a lot of expense.
So what do you guys wanna do then?
Well, I don't think $500 is that bad if we put toilet paper or something like that in it.
But who would do it though? Marty?
No.
Any,
No.
you kinda drive by there every day.
Yeah, I kind of drive by there every day, yeah.
Linderman would do it. We'd be happy to do it on that.
Well, if we put $500 or $1,000, we wouldn't have to spend it. But if we decide down the road that we need it, or wanted to do something, at least we have something.
You guys used to have picnics out here all the time, didn't you? The county commission picnics and all that. That was a nice place to go.
Or something.
I'd move put 750 into parks.
I don't think we need a motion, right?
Cause you're just gonna
this will
make
be
the
all
changes and then you
changes
will
will
vote
be
with
listed.
the approvals.
After day, we gotta make a motion to change it.
So-
Okay, yep.
Put it
And
under
$750
supplies,
under.
Yeah, where would you like that, under supplies?
repairs and maintenance or supplies?
Yeah.
Repairs and maintenance.
Should I do 250 in each?
Yeah.
Repairs and maintenance and 250 in supplies?
That's not something.
If you want all three of them, it would
They said 500.
be.
So now we went to
I
750?
said 750.
5 and 250.
375.
5.
500 in repairs and 250 in supplies.
Yeah.
Senior citizen. TV translator.
Are we getting any closer to dissolving that deal or tearing it down or the wind blowing it over or something?
I thought the other, last time when they talked, it sounded pretty promising, but that was then.
We haven't heard back from KDLT yet. We took the numbers to the big guys and he hasn't contacted me back. K2 Towers is, I need to talk to him. They were talking about possibly purchasing it, but I personally don't know that the landowners are gonna allow that. I don't think they will allow it, but that's where that stands at this point. We are meeting on Tuesday, if you would like to come. Talk to them. 10 o'clock, in here.
I'd rather stay out of that.
Okay, the extension. Soil conservation. Weed control. Water conservation.
Wait. We can go.
I didn't hear somebody sit on it.
Yeah.
I thought that we took the auto out of it because it didn't have 50,000 miles on it. 150,000 miles on it. And that it had been fixed up, and I thought that was supposed to have been taken out of her budget.
I think when we did this, I don't think that it was decided yet if it was gonna be fixed.
But it has been.
So now it can be taken out.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think we could take that out.
The entire amount.
Yeah.
So you wanna take out the 32?
Yeah.
what is, weed and pest service and fees?
That is for, we get reimbursed for that. It's the contract with Core,
Yeah.
yep,
Where we get, it's a grant, I think, that we get, and we hire somebody
Mid
to
Dakota
spray
to
the.
spray, yep.
And they kinda spray for a lot of counties. I think that's the one that you talked about earlier in the year, where that one was gonna get paid twice
Yep.
this year.
That's why the expenses doubled this year. So,
And that's something along the river that another company sprays for a bunch of counties, and then the counties get a grant, and then they pay
we pay for
that
the
other
spraying,
company.
And then it's pretty near wash, huh?
pretty much, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Planning and zoning. Rural development. Industrial development. Constable. Transfers out. Road and bridges. I guess Penny knows what I have in mind, but I'm not trying to take anything out of the budget, but what I would like to see is, instead of buying a new road grader this year, and that would be to try to fix more roads. That's my only thing that I'd like to see. I'm not talking about not doing your rotation, I just, from what I get from people, they would just like to see a little more work being, focus on more roads instead of,
What, you need to give me an example of what you're talking about, are you talking asphalt roads? or
Well,
gravel
yeah,
roads? What are you
I'm talking, the big thing, one of the big things would be like by the web plant out that way, getting that fixed instead of just a Band-Aid on that road. And just all over, maybe we need more gravel in some areas, we need to address, do more work on some of the roads. I'm just, instead of buying a new piece of machinery, I'm just looking at, let's try to do a little more maintenance. And
But we need the machinery to do the maintenance.
I know, but you can, what is extended warranties? I know you got a price, cause Dave was telling me about it, I don't think any of our equipment in the blade department are in dire need. I think our equipment is pretty good,
Well,
I guess.
yes,
Okay.
and it is pretty good because we have that 100% warranty.
Right?
This week, Frosty's fuel pump went out and an injector go out.
I know, but
Under the extended warranty, let me finish please, under the extended warranty, which is just under $9,000 per motor grader for 2 years, 2,000 hours. But the only thing that covers is powertrain and hydraulics. That's it. It's $700 to have them come out and diagnose the problem. And then it's another $700 to have them come out and fix it, plus parts, plus labor. When you eliminate that 100% warranty, you're asking for a lot of expense.
that's no different than a rancher or a farmer or me. If I don't have that have that warranty, we all, Jim's got stuff too,
And you're willing to take that chance to have one of those blades go down in the wintertime and be tied up for a week or more. That's another thing to look at.
Well, yeah, that's.
And as far as the maintenance on the web road, that is
No, that's
slated
just
for
one, that's just
repair
one, I know, but that's just.
next year.
But
But that, okay, Scott, I know you wanna mat some roads.
There's just a lot of.
To mat 1 mile of road is between 250 and 300,000. That's 1 mile. We have 57 miles of blotter. So here's my proposal, instead of taking the money away from the motor grader, why don't you increase my budget?
Like I was talking to Dave too, and There's a lot of counties are doing this year. Actually,
that
4 of
have
them.
less than 5,000 hours on their motor graders. I talked to a lot of highway superintendents also. This motor grader that is due for replacement will have 5,000 hours on it by the end of the year. The ones I've talked to, they will put the extended warranty on motor graders that have 3,000 hours or less.
And when you spend that kind of money every year, I mean, that's a lot on road repairs.
Right. And also, Scott, we're in the middle of rotating from the 5-year 100% warranty to the 7-year 100% warranty. You break that and everything, it's a domino effect. Okay?
I've had several, well, I shouldn't say a few, past commissioners advise me not to do that. Not to break that, not to get out of that warranty and that rotation.
Not everybody has the luxury to have that every year. You should know that as an individual.
Well, I know it.
Okay, I'm just stating that not everybody has that luxury. You don't think that a lot of our roads need addressing out there?
Well, I know they do. I've
Okay,
spent
I'm
2
not-
days with Penny and Marty this week.
I know, but that's all I have to say. I mean, it's just, to me, how else are you gonna do that if you don't try to get money from somewhere else to try to do this? And I could see if our equipment, 5,000 hours or not, I'm not saying nothing about it, don't take it the wrong way, but we're not talking 5,000 hours of total construction hours on a road grader, like any one of the construction outfits that abuse their blades. Walworth County blades are not being abused.
No. Construction companies also don't use their motor graders in the wintertime.
I'm saying that they're not abusive hours, is what I'm getting at.
But you told me down in Sioux Falls that when you get 5,000 hours on your stuff, that they're shot.
I didn't say 5,000, I said a backhoe was very wore out at 5,000 hours.
That's what you told me. That's what it was.
Not the engine wise, it's the back part. But I sell mine before. But that's my option. I'm just looking out for the county, trying to figure out a way to try to get our roads. But like I said, you guys are the ones that make that decision too, not just me.
I will tell you, we've been in this blade rotation for over 30 years. It's an excellent program. We've got 3 blades left, and then we have 2 years that there will not be any purchase, because there'll be a 2-year gap before the first 7-year blade is due to be replaced.
What do they do on the 7-year? Do they go to more hours in, or?
More hours, but it's still 100% warranty.
You know, I've talked about this before, but I don't think in front of this commission, but I think there would be one of the things that you could do, and not, it wouldn't be probably popular, but you could, is when they put this freeze on taxes, so you could only go up CPI and growth with, you know, at that time, Walworth County had an excess amount of money in the secondary road fund. So that particular year, they didn't levy any money for secondary roads. And then, when the legislature met, they put the freeze on. So, since 1997, Walworth County's been stuck in a cycle where they cannot levy for secondary roads. So the county could ask the voters, and I think it has to go to a vote, I'm not positive on that. It could go to a vote, but the county could opt out of the tax freeze just for secondary roads. Then you could set a mill levy that went strictly to secondary roads.
The asphalt roads or secondary roads.
Yeah. But then that would free up other money to go to asphalt if you had some money for secondary.
Yeah.
You know, Penny, I'm talking to right there, like by Burns is down, you know, that's a blotter road. I mean, you see it, I don't have to tell you.
No, I do. I understand what you're saying, Scott. I just think there needs to be a different solution than getting out of this rotation right now. Again, it's $250,000 to $300,000 a mile. And if you wanna map 1 mile a year for 57 years,
I think that was a big change, going from 5 to 7. And you can get the extended warranty then through the 7 years.
it's 100% warranty for the 7 years there. And actually, one of the sessions I was at, the way things are going, a lot of roads are being turned back to gravel.
I was in that meeting.
The cost of oil is down, of course,
Yeah.
gravel's up, labor keeps going up, insurance goes up, benefits go up.
Right.
And now you're spending about $2,200 per mile for maintenance. That's a lot.
I just feel this would be a really wrong thing to do. But that's my opinion.
If we did this, we couldn't get back on that plan again, could we?
Well, once you kick out of the plan, then you have to wait. And so then this blade would end up having more hours on it with an extended warranty. And then your other blades end up having to be on extended warranty because they're past the 5-year. And then that throws your 7 years out of whack also.
I mean, it's like I said, Dave, the one that even said it, how many other counties have done it this year, or that are going to do it, I should say. They are doing it this year.
And again, the ones I talked to, their blades had less than 3,200 hours on them.
So in each year you put on how many?
Approximately 1,000 hours.
1,000 hours. So you're trading at, right now at 5,000, you will go to 7.
Mhm.
Like I said, I've had a couple past commissioners call me and advise me, don't get out of that rotation. If we get out of it this year, and buy extended warranty, we're either gonna have to buy extended warranty again next year, or trade 2 next year. By the time you figure our buyback value, or what we get back for them, you know, we got, the blade costs $300,000, but we get 150 or 200 back for the one when we surplus it.
Caterpillar hasn't bought it for the last 2 years, have they?
No, they've been outbid.
Yeah, by a long ways,
No, not a long ways, but
30,000,
no,
isn't it?
no,
It's 20 some.
no. The bid we surplus this year, we purchased for $222,437. We surplused it for $129,500, which is $92,937. We used it for 5 years, which is $18,587 a year. Your extended warranty is $9,000 a year.
It's $190 an hour, roughly, that ain't too bad, is it?
So the money we get off the surplus, where does that go?
Goes
To the
back in
general fund?
No, it goes back into 201.
So basically, when it boils down to it, it's gonna cost us, according to the figures on the last one that we traded, it'll cost us about $9,000 a year
Mhm.
over the extended warranty. And that doesn't pay for very many trips from Cat out to repair on one.
No.
On my tractor, it'd be about 1 trip.
like I said, it's just what I've been thinking of, just trying to figure out a way to get some money so we can fix more roads that need fixing. Intergovernmental. Flexibility. Communications Center.
That's just a pass through. We get it from the state, we give it to them.
Fire protection.
I think we're about two there, we're at the zero.
Domestic abuse, we send them what we receive. Portion of divorces and marriage license.
That's this one.
24/7 is gonna be removed entirely. We don't have a 24/7, so that will be off of the final. So then I think I zeroed it out already though. No. I'm talking about on here. So this $2,000 is gonna be removed entirely. And that was at the suggestion of legislative audit, because we actually do not have a 24/7 program. It's only level.
Solid waste. Anything else?
Anyone want the changes read? All of them?
Okay.
Does anyone want the changes read, all of the changes that will be done? Okay.
If nobody has anything else, I'll take a motion.
Make a motion to adjourn.
We got a motion on the floor, I need a second.
Second, third, and fourth.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passed.